Okay, so April's got it open here, and then we want it over here. So April, we want it over 89, and look at that, it would be right there. Perfect. And look at there. So April, here's the month. Let me get that structure. Yeah, we'll open April at 90,000. And look at it's going to be exactly in the middle. How crazy is this? It's amazing. You know, it's just, it doesn't ever cease to amaze me. It's just, it looks like it's just made, look at how on frickin' earth. Oh, I'm telling you what, if that's not amazing to you, I don't know, but it's shocking my living brain out right
Looks like
now.
it puts it right in the middle, so because it could go either way. You'd be at 70 or 105.
Or 64.
Right in the middle.
Son of a freaking beast. Look at that. And it would be a perfect head and shoulder or whatever you call, you know, look. Here, oh. Lord have mercy. Here's a 13 EMA right here. Look at this.
How many times do we have to see this? And once you've seen it so many times, BJ,
I know.
you become a believer.
Getting whacked out on your monthly.
BJ knocking out the F word.
I almost put out the F word.
I know, it's entertaining. Listen to this. When you get nervous, things come out. It's like, uh-oh, watch out.
Son of a gun. Look, I mean, how many, you're right though. How many times do I have to see this? But I'm serious though. It's so blank and perfect that it makes you want to say, ooh.
Get out in the street and start preaching.
It's like a sign in a megaphone out there just yelling on the sidewalk. Oh yeah.
Get your Bitcoin.
So are we doing the one?
Go ahead.
Oh. What the heck? So this is who wins here? I mean, really?
No, market maker. Every time the market maker wins.
I mean, I can't place a trade that's that confident here. I could place a confident trade over here, but here, how can I place a confident trade here? Because it could go either way.
That's crazy. It's smack bang in the middle of everything.
Everything. There is no there, and it could take you out both ways in an instant.
So what if we do a little wigwag? We take both of them out.
That's what it will do.
Question is, which one was going to be first?
Exactly. Because it can hit 112. It can hit 70. It can hit 64. I mean, on the run up in over there. I mean, you could. I was so confident. This I can't. I can make small trades all day long and make $200-$300, $400. I can make 2 or 3 of them a day, whatever. I can't make I can't make trades like, you know, like a swing trade. You can't do it. I don't know.
That's why I'm sitting on the sideline.
It's
That's
just,
it. That's why I'm just chilling.
yeah.
I'm on the sidelines. I'm in there. I'm just being patient with it.
Is each number shown? Are they all stopping points, support and resistance, or previous high?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. And every one of these levels we've hit to, it's, yeah. Okay, let me go here. Let's go to 30-minute.
You are sounding better after you've been talking for a bit. Your voice is sounding a little bit better.
Yeah, starting to get loosened up a little. I mean, that looks pretty. Look at that. Pretty, pretty.
Some of those movements. High or low. Go rip it. See what it does off the 50 here. Wants to reject or wants to poke it up and out.
But here's the 50 MA.
Is the MA the more jagged one when it's showing up?
It's
That like
this
kind of.
one.
All right, that's the MA, and then the
Yeah.
EMA is the kind of the jagged blue one.
Yes. And the thing is if it rejects off that MA, then you've got the 200 here. Price is in the middle. And then, you know, you likely have a death cross because we're on 30-minute. You see how it will roll over? Look at, I mean, that is a top. If we, you know, if price can't come up, it's just going to reject that 50 or EMA is just going to fall farther down. You know, the 200 will be pushed down because the candle will come down over at the top. So see how here's the white line is the 200 EMA. And that's what makes this pivot point right here. And here's these small descending lines. Okay, so we'll come underneath that. So what is it? So once you cross this blue line here, right? Then a price comes under here. Then these moving averages then follow, and right at this U here where the 200 curved up, right? You from this point to this point, see you would lose that, and then you would curve back down underneath, and then you will lose 82.7, right? And so that's why you have this triangle here, then you have this one, and then this one would fall, and then you'll go down. See, that was that support there. So this red line here going across is the 82.3 area, oh, and then I have that 83,012. So let's look at it this way. We needed to go up here. And we missed that one. And we missed this. And now we're here and we're coming down. Oh, so we have this opportunity here to cross at this point, which would be 86.2, but that's still not high enough. We need 87.3, and then we need this number 88.4. Because that is here. You see how you have this little section here of price action that didn't come over? So that's why you need that little extra. See, it's not enough. It's not enough to be this, at this point, this 86.8 or whatever. You have to come over this part here. See this? Okay, so that's that purple line. And then in order to correct to get a more of an ascending angle, see this black, which makes you go up here, right? Right there, that one. So if you follow this, here was that 15-minute bottom structure, so that puts you this way. And then here's this top here. That's 92.7, but that's still not enough. You still got to have more. You still got to have 94.5. And there's that. Right there. Come across 94.5. So that puts you here. 94.5. Where's that? 94.5. Yeah, 94.5 is here. The center. Okay. So the reason why you have to have more is because see how we're, even though you get over the center there, then you still have to go back farther because we have not crossed these pivot areas since way back here. So in order to cross, see right here, this one. So that one takes us up to this level. Right there, and that's where that meets. And what date is that? End of March and April. So that puts us again in line with that monthly. Here's April. So April, we could possibly be at the 96, and then April, May, June, you know, we could be finding our 125, you know. But the way that looked, we could also be coming down. So we'll see. That was quite a deal. Oh, where are we now? 84,468. Still just hanging us out to wonder. So right now it looks like 83, 83.9 to, or yeah,
Hey there, BJ.
Hello, Dorn. Bro,
Yeah, I'm here.
what are you thinking?
Dropping down to 77.7.
Yeah. You don't think we're going to go a little bit lower?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let me see that.
Gonna test again the support zone area.
Yeah.
And I think we're gonna bounce back to
Yeah.
91K. Gonna
Yep.
retest the upper limit of this range.
So that 77 is perfect. It's right there.
Yeah, it's
77.4.
it's a yeah 77.4, 77.5, 77.7. It's a fair value gap in there. You
Yep.
know, with an imbalance in it. So the price will try to rebalance a bit the area and try to find the support in that area, create a let's say a market structure, and after that we're gonna rebound. If the market doesn't hold, like we don't see a proper accumulation, let's call it like that, or for I don't know an unspecified number of hours, or maybe I don't know a couple of days, we might drop down to 75.8 and retest a bit some high volumes area, because there are some stop losses for the long entries in that area. If 77, 76.9 doesn't hold, we're gonna revisit below to 75.
So
Just
currently,
yeah,
currently, the 80, 83 would need to hold 80.
yeah, but I think it's gonna do a small range in this area and drop down a bit more steeper. Yeah, I think it's gonna have I would say a medium velocity, the drop then towards 81, 80K. I don't know. Do you have what 81.5 something in there, or
I have an 80, I have an
80.5?
83, and then I have an 1454,
Okay, okay.
and then I have an 81.1. After 81.1 is a scary little spot at 80,004.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now, and then that would take us to 77.7.
Yeah, that's my target for this drop 10. But I think it's gonna be formed in I don't know a range number of hours. I don't know between I would guess between 12, 16, 24, maybe 36 hours. If this isn't formed, then in 36 hours, this drop trend, then we might see here a small drop in Bitcoin price action, and after that, I expect a Sunday move, a Sunday afternoon move, like Bitcoin always does, and keep the downtrend even further and push the price even more to the downside. It's not like our intention, yeah, it's to be bullish in this market, but the market sentiment actually indicates that the drop trend is actually still in place, or market tends to consolidate in this price range action.
So another scenario would be that we just kind of move a little bit laterally
Yeah,
and
sideways, yeah.
make the up make an upward move at at the 83.4 at this pivot point. just take our time to get it. But we would need to hold right here, and just go sideways
Yeah, it's gonna go
between now
sideways
and then.
in the
Yeah.
weekend range area. Yeah, I assume.
However, it would depend on this 4-hour. Let's see what we got on the 4-hour. And that would mean that we would get this 5 EMA, which we're in line to do. So we're above the 50
Okay.
on the 4-hour. So the candle comes up, let's say, to the 85.1 and 85.3, and then the retest would be kind of back at the 50 to maybe the 84.5 area after we do, and then we just kind of play around in here, and then make our cross above 85.5 over the weekend. I can see that too, and then push up over that the 200 and the 800 up there on Sunday into Monday. So we don't necessarily have to come all the way down.
Yeah, but
I think that might mean, like from all the discussions, is that say we break 82, people get scared of 77, and then we come back into this for the weekend trap.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Hypothesis, but we have to have one, right?
yeah, it depends on the trend velocity towards the downside, actually, to make a rebound towards the upside. Like a V shape, but in an accelerated mode, if you can call it like that.
Yeah, the 77's what people are scared of, so we've got that to scare people at 82, and then it can pull back into the range to trap them.
It definitely knows exactly where to hide and where to trap, because it is so perfectly, not tradable. You know what I mean?
Well, it's in their interest to do it.
Yep. I mean, it's just high enough to make you bullish, and it's just low enough to be like, what the heck,
Well,
Yeah,
82 is still a higher low, so that still gives us our bullish sort of uptrend sentiment in the long term.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it needs to be reconfirmed by the volumes at 4-hour and 1 day time frame. If the volumes don't step into play in the price action, let's say entire range picture, we will see a downtrend move.
The price will attract volume though, right? If a price goes somewhere, the volume will start coming. Volume doesn't just come from nowhere.
Yeah, but the price goes where the volumes are.
Yep. But if nothing happens, no volume will come in.
Yeah.
But it may just wash in via some kind of just normal entropy, but like the volume will come in when people get interested.
Yeah, and the main approach from the crypto market, I would say the main ingredient would be the fear and greed index, and it's gonna be a lot of fear on the downside.
That's based on the price. People are scared because they see a price. I mean, everyone's looking at a price that they've got a price that they're looking at. Well, some people are looking at EMAs, obviously, because we're a bit smarter and those prices move, but everyone's got a price in mind.
I mean, it looks good now, right now.
I don't know. I'm interested in Friday price action move in between London session and US session.
Yeah.
That's gonna be decisive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, this, I mean, I wouldn't mind making this move right here if I can see this, let's see, this 85.3. I can see it coming on up here and trying to, it would probably fail here maybe, but this is a move right here between 80 where we are and 90. We'd probably, you know, then have a retest, but it might be worth a try for tonight. At least to this 89 level, or maybe just below, maybe probably at the 88.5. Might see something snap up to get people all excited. Yeah, I can see that. Right there. Or, but you'd have to be very careful of 85.9 and then 86.5 right here. This would be a lot of resistance. But I don't know, you could do that one. Let's see, 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes working on a little something.
Yeah, but the market price action needs to be confirmed by volumes and market sentiment. And now the sentiment doesn't look actually quite good, I would say.
I don't know. I'm feeling a little froggy here.
You're a spot buyer or a leverage trader.
Oh, Fear and Greed Index today, it's 27. I wonder what's gonna happen. We are currently in the Asian session that acts like a weekend trap, you know? Tight price range action.
Yeah. Well, have we trapped enough people on the long side? I don't know how to calculate how many people we've trapped. That's all. We surely trapped some people on the long and the high of it.
I'm not trapped. I can quit anytime I want.
There you go.
Only quitters quit, man. I'm glad you're not trapped, though.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting the position that I'm in is at 0, so I am neither in the red or neither in the green at this very moment. It's pretty crazy.
How have you been? I haven't talked to you in a few days, seems like.
I'm good. Thank you for asking, BJ. Drink some warm tea and put some honey in it if you like honey.
Well, you
That'll
know,
do good for
I
you.
think I've gone through a jar of honey, but I know it's good. And I've
Oh,
done
I
the
love honey.
ginger.
It's got healing powers.
Yes, it does. So, and another friend of mine has urged me to use this bird's nest soup. So I'm going to try that.
Have you had lots of chicken soup? Can you eat chicken
Yes.
soup?
Yeah, my daughter made me homemade chicken noodle soup before I left Florida. It was delicious.
That's the best.
Yep. Well, it's the first day of spring today, and well, it still is here. It's supposed to be pretty cold tonight, though, where I am. But we do have flowers coming, daffodils, and the tulips are popping out a little bit. Let's see what happens here if we can get this move here. We'll see. It looks like it might be petering out a little bit, maybe not.
Are the seasons shifted by 11 days? Is that what it is? Well, spring is technically not at the start of April.
It's the first day of spring today, actually. It's a
Yeah.
equinox, something.
Equinox, yeah. 21.
Yeah, right. Well, there you go. I learn something every day.
Yep.
And what's happening on Equinox 21? We're gonna see a market move.
Yep.
I've already marked it on my chart for a long time.
Let's see if we're gonna make this little current turn here.
Straight down to 77.
Sorry?
Your prediction straight down to 77.
Yeah, I'm in a short position
Maybe
For-
not,
for-
though.
for almost 1 week, and I'm holding my position until I reach 77.7.
You got any leverage on that?
Yeah, 100x leverage.
Ooh, boy.
Let's
Go
go.
big or go home.
Come on, bullish BJ.
Come
Yeah, I'm in a
on.
short too, so I'm hoping it goes down also.
Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Come on, market boy.
Doesn't mean it won't go down later, but right now, we could go up. You know how it does. You go up here and then smack you right back down.
Yeah, first we go up, grab the liquidity, then we go down.
Yep. So
Entering profits out of the market.
so the other day, did you notice those wicked candles, wicks? They were horrible. It was just nasty.
On the upper side.
Oh, it was nasty. It came
You're,
right
you're,
up.
you're referring to Bitcoin. 20
Yes,
March, yeah?
it was
Yeah, the
nasty
15-minute
stuff.
had some gnarly upper wicks. Yeah, that was crazy.
What
Huge
was
one.
it? Monday or Tuesday, whatever day it was. Tuesday, I think. Whatever day it was. It was just nasty. Whew. Oh, it might just stay underneath this angle. See, it just does it. Oh. Well, I'm gonna go get some of that tea, and I'll be back. I've missed all of you.
Missed you too. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. It feels like it's days and days when I'm not on the charts.
You definitely sound like on the recovery. Good work, BJ.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much, BJ.
Hey, the stream's back up. I didn't even notice that. Dbloc around? Looks like so many long liquidity beneath us. So much. Man, Wolf has been absolutely tearing it up.
What whiff is running?
Yeah, man, it's bumping. It's hitting some resistance up here though. Dragonfly whiffed at a 10% move so far. I think it's still gonna keep running if Bitcoin keeps going.
some activity.
So question in spot. Do you wait for it to go down and buy, or do you buy when it's running and try to sell it like you would leverage?
Well, I buy leverage when it's going down and spot when it's going down. No, we'll hopefully wait for a turnaround and buy it on the turnaround. It's a bit safer that way.
That's a big sell wick over there. There's a lot of pressure here, a lot of downward pressure. I'm wondering, just wondering if the stochastic comes for one last tap. Hit
Oh
this,
yeah, I'm ready to get in. So it's probably about to turn around.
hit this trend line here.
Merrick, have you ever done margin on Kraken?
Like futures trading?
It's just a margin like 1 to 5 1 to 5x. It's not leverage, it's margin. Just margin.
It's leverage.
No,
Yeah,
I haven't done that.
I guess it's leverage as well, but it's like they used to have on KuCoin.
When I traded on KuCoin, I did a little bit of leverage, and then mostly spot.
I can't get near as much trouble with 5x leverage. Well, I guess I can, but
Depends how big your margin is, really. At the end of the day, put $100,000 in spot, and you put 1,000 in margin at 100x. What's the difference? Apart from you can be liquidated, but you can still lose the same amount of money if you sell your spot at the wrong time.
This is really like do or die here for some of the like XRP is doing nice, but H bar is just hanging on right now.
I hope I'm not too late waiting to April 3rd to start DCAing in on spot. I'm going to do complete opposite to everyone else. I'm going to DCA into spot, use my spot profits to leverage Bitcoin.
Dude, you're not late. You're not late at all.
Nah. You're going to wait for London Open, mate? It's getting pretty early there in the morning, huh?
Moi?
Yeah. What time is it there?
2 a.m.
Yeah, starting to get early.
So here's the thing. I don't actually trade UK session. Usually I trade New York close.
Close, yeah, that's what you said. Yeah.
And then kind of into the session. And then I let Asia push it, let UK push it, and then I sell before NY open. And then of course, if I'm in a position, then it doesn't make a difference.
The
I mean,
close of
now they don't chase you around as much.
Sorry.
Trade now
Um,
with what the agent? It's the
I'm
agent
I,
said.
I'm not. No, I'm not trading now at all. No, I'm not. I'm just monitoring price action. I am actually got a couple of levels that I'm interested in, but no, I just I like to come in at certain times. I like to enter at certain times.
When's the Asian session? Is that
where we started
started? Okay.
midday in Sydney. Yes,
Guys,
That's
look
what-
out for H bar, huh? Just watch out. There's big volume coming in and price isn't really dropping. So
yeah. Hong Kong would be around 10:30ish now, something like that. Getting on to 11 o'clock.
What's your concern, Fly? Like, what's your game plan? Like, sounds like you wanna DCA into some alts or whatever, and you're kind of worried that price
I don't
might
want
run away.
round trip, and I want to be able to take a big, huge swing at Bitcoin, and I want to start DCAing into some alts at the low prices before they sort of start running away on some of the ones I want to look at. So my concern is I don't have a lot of dry powder, and I want to go on holiday, and now I've decided not to go on holiday and keep my dry powder. So I don't know. I just want to have a macro picture, and I feel pretty strongly about some of the stuff Dbloc's talked about, and it suits me because I couldn't get in earlier. It's only been the last week where I've been able to even think about anything. I've had to sort out some other stuff, so I'm only just being able to look at it, So I was looking at it this last dip. What was it? 48 hours, 36 hours ago, and I had I was so close to buying, like I just don't want a round trip. That's all.
Yeah, it's good to take your time and think about what it is that you want to do,
Yeah, if I was range trading, you can trade all day, but I'm not. It's a lot of hard work, and I'm not into hard work. I'm lazy, so
That's it, man. Yeah, definitely don't want to be stuck trading a range all day. I think for me, I'd rather observe price action just so that my head's in the market.
yeah, that's what I'm doing closely now.
Then actually trade it, right? So that's what I'm doing here, right?
Yep.
Obviously, I've got a bunch of other things going on at the same time, but constantly having a little BDI on the market really does help. And it doesn't mean that you have to action anything. It just helps contextualize what's going on.
Yeah, I'm just letting it all sink in. This market pattern of the week, I'm just trying to let it sink. The more I haven't been in a position, the less biased I am. So hopefully the more objective I am. But if you can just trade Monday to Thursday on the trend and then take a bit of a swing before the weekend and stop trading, it's for me. The minute I found times to start and stop trading, it's just better because then otherwise I never stop. So I really like to try and consolidate my understanding of this market before we have another big run up. I mean, I missed the whole 40 to 107, 48 to 100. I got liquidated at 48k, like by about 20 milliseconds, and I went all in, and it never came back. So if I was 20 milliseconds a bit later, I would have caught that whole run. So
yeah,
and I was actually really chilled. I was leveraged pretty heavily, and then someone jumped in and started saying stuff, and I my emotions kicked in, and I thought they said something that was bullish, and I was like, this must be it, and I went all in, and then I saw Bitcoin dip and then liquidate me and then just run off. So like my timing was almost right, but I started listening to other people and I was too leveraged, and I missed a huge run, man.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that I can turn 100 into 1,000 and 1,000 into 10. So I don't really care where I'm at. Like, I'm always optimistic that I could find a bit of dry powder and go. But the last two times,
I feel you, man. I think you have. We all have to go through these experiences. I mean,
I've got my house in order now, though. I've got all of my other stuff locked in. I don't have any outgoings that I don't know. Like my account, in the past, I've always had money flying out of my account, and I don't know where it's going out. I know exactly when money's coming out of my account. My house is in order, so I'm in a better position than I ever have been.
and you know what's possible. You know that if Bitcoin wants to misbehave, it can misbehave. You know not to enter a position off an impulse move.
You don't have to as well, because if it's a true run, you're going to have days of just bagging money.
Yeah.
So this last little trade that we had, yeah, of course, I was like, I hadn't moved anything out of my bank account, and I hadn't put it onto my spot, and I hadn't moved anything into margin, but I wanted to so badly, and that would have been a good trade. And then at around the 85, 86 mark, I would have got out. So it would have been a perfect trade, but that's fine because I can watch it and know that it did what I thought it's going to do. And that's just going to build my confidence up. But
when you know, you know. It's like sometimes it's better to be late to the party, buy a little bit higher, but just have the surety that it's going up.
You're never late with leverage if that's the game you want to play. But I do want to be able to hold some spot through the run and not lose that position, and also be able to put a little bit on leverage and take advantage of it. So, because I've had big spot positions and they just get poured into leverage. So I really know my weaknesses, and they're pretty bad weaknesses. But I haven't, like I said, I've only taken really 2 trades in the last year, and both of them when I got 15
actually, you bring up a really interesting point. Assuming that everybody here agrees that we're mid bull run or at the end of a bull run. Some people would argue that we've just gone into a bear market, but whatever. Would you be buying spot here? Because like my kind of thing is like I'm happy to trade derivatives here and get into trades, but I suppose it's hard to judge, right? Because there's definitely some swings to be had. For sure, there's some swings to be had. But you're looking to offload them, right, towards the end of the cycle. You're not looking for kind of like a 5-10 year hold. 5-10 year hold is kind of like bear market vibes, which we'd assume would have to be significantly down from here.
I'm not comfortable with holding anything for more than 9 months to 12 months, absolute maximum.
It's a very interesting position that we are granted with at the moment, with Bitcoin flying up to 100k. Now it's flirting with 80, and pretty much most of the alts have reset. A lot of people's spot bags are wrecked. I mean, there's a few people where their spot bags are holding up. I've still got some spot bags that are
If
holding
I
up.
had held my spot bags from a year and a half ago or more, they wouldn't be very healthy at all. They'd be wrecked. So Or
Like
they'd only slightly be up.
I've got some good positions, but let's be honest, and I'm just going to put this out there. Like a lot of the alts that I have, well, I don't actually have many positions. I probably only have like 6 spot positions or 7, something like this. You know, 3 or 4 of them are doing very well. But the rest of them are kind of almost reset because, well, you know, that huge alt flush, Ethereum basically jumped off a cliff.
Well, I mean, I'm a bit sad that I missed the XRP party because I'd been waiting on it for so long. I put so many leverage trades and I always held a spot bag of it. But it doesn't matter to me. Like, if I didn't have leverage and I didn't see the altcoins this low, then I'd be worried. But at the moment, I mean, I don't really see any problem at all. I mean, I'm very bullish, extremely bullish that we're going to have an all-time high before the end of the year. But that's my thesis, right? That we're going to. So, and if I put money
Every
in, then
single bone in me wants to be surprised. You know, I want this market to shock me. I want it to prove me wrong. You know, and I'm coming up with all of these different plans, these bullish and bearish scenarios, and you know, preparing myself for each possibility. But I want it to shock me. You know, because really that's what's necessary in order for everyone to make a shit ton of cash, right? Because a lot of the time, everyone's caught off guard, and that's where all the money's to be made. And
well, the
suddenly,
shock for
everyone's
me
caught
will
off
be
guard.
the shock will be anything above the 135, and if it hits 200, I'll be horrified, shocked, because I'll be like, oh, and I want to be there, but anything above 135 at this stage, anything above 120 really will probably start shocking me. But there's a lot of
Yeah,
money to be made between here and 120 on Bitcoin on leverage, a lot.
you know, like I'm just looking at the current high. I'm just like, dude, are we really gonna put an all-time high on what was it, inauguration? Like, is it really gonna be that ironic?
Well, most of the time I've had conviction in something that's played out. I just have given up, time-based capitulation, you know, or I've just front-runned it too much. But I believe that at October, November, I mean, it would be such a rerun of 2021 if we hit all-time highs in November and December. Everyone's like out of control and
And then
people are
just slap it back
buying
down.
crazy. Yeah, what if people, you know, what really shocked me? People start buying NFTs in December.
Yeah, dude, man. Like, it's crazy, man. Because I thought that I'd start to see NFTs try to trickle back in, but it seems to be that they're having quite a hard time doing
So I
so,
don't think
right?
they do. And honestly, I don't. I mean, I did buy some NFTs with like a 10, 20-year timeline on them, so maybe they'll come back. But I would just be hilarious if it did, like it came back in December. That would shock me, like untold amounts that actually happened. But I think NFTs, well, the real world asset and NFT stuff will have its day, but I think NFTs might still be. They need to find something that's not.
They'll have their
Those
day in
those
like, yeah,
NFTs,
like,
they're just like baseball cards. You know, baseball cards were really in style for like a long time ago, for like a short
yeah.
period of time. Now nobody gives a shit about baseball cards.
Yeah, they're the ones that we've already bought, yes. But at some point, I mean, NFT technology is just a smart contract sequence number. So it's the technology that's always going to be there, whether it gets
Yeah, but
It's
linked.
just
then
a
picture
distinct
some monkeys. Who wants that? I get the whole
thing.
real world
Oh,
assets
yeah,
idea.
yeah,
That's a
yeah.
good use case, but like, who wants a picture of a monkey?
No, that's what I'm saying. Imagine it did. It would be hilarious. I'm not saying it is going to, and I'm not even trying to suggest it will. I'm just saying it would be completely hilarious. Like, it would be so funny if people are stupid enough to buy.
That would be such a top signal. Like, I would sell literally everything that I own. I would sell it.
Yeah.
But it's cool. It's
Absolutely.
like, you know, like just like verifying ownership. Like that is basically an NFT, like non-fungible token. Like
An
I own
NFT,
this. Like,
an
do you
NFT
prove
is
that you own it? I have a public address. Okay, I can see your public address. Do you want to sign that with a private key and show me that you own that? Yeah, fine, I'll
so
go sign it. Oh yeah, you own it. Fine, cool. Like that's
so
a
an
really great
NFT.
utility.
An NFT,
Um,
if you take a smart contract and you write a little Hello World project and you just create a contiguous sequence number, just like a database, so you're creating a sequence,
yeah,
not some kind of GUID or UUID. You're actually like hash. You're actually creating a contiguous sequence. This is useful for checks and stuff that have to be contiguous. All you're doing is creating a Hello World sequence number. That's what an NFT is. That's it. It's just
yeah,
the most simple smart contract you could possibly think of past a Hello World.
yeah,
So it's tech. But it has to be linked to something, especially linking it to a picture that's sitting on a database that's not decentralized. I mean, they're not even stored. Like if you were to store, say I'm a musician and I make vocals and I make sounds and I want to copyright it, and then that audio is then stored on a blockchain, and then another person writes a song, and then they point to that sample, and now they're getting royalties for that song. But you have to sort of be on chain to be able to access it. And then people can verify that your song, when you go to the club and you hear the song, you can check, oh, is that sample licensed? Then that whole system works. But you need to have the data on chain in an
yeah.
Oracle or something. People aren't ready for it yet.
Sorry, I'll mute myself. Sorry.
No, you go.
Yeah, I heard. I was just looking at the chat, and I was reading the chat, and I heard Tame came in here, and I'm like, bro, I haven't heard of this guy in 2 to 3 years. What the fuck is this guy doing? Anyways,
Apologizing?
oh, was he? I was like, why did I hear? Oh, I haven't heard this guy's name in like 3 years. I'm like, bro, tell this guy to take a hike. Anyways,
Redemption.
Who's loud? Who's loud? Me? Oh wait, am I?
Is my mic okay?
You're a little bit hot, maybe, but I don't know what the YouTube.
Sorry, hold on. My bad. Give me a sec. Sorry about that.
Well, it's not super boomy, but it's a little bit hot.
Ripski. Yeah, just like proving. I mean, you know, the really like kind of like DIY version of it, which I really like, is like let's say that like I've hidden a chest underground somewhere, and well, I can give some clues to where that chest is, but just to prove that I was the one dug the hole to bury the chest, I'm going to hash the coordinates of that chest and tweet that hash. And well, no one can do anything with that. But then, you know, we can go on with this treasure hunt and we can give out the clues and people can hunt it down and then they find the chest and they go, well, great, you found the chest. And it's like, but were you the one who hosted the treasure hunt? And it's like,
Like
oh, yes.
geocaching.
Now, when you open up that chest, you have a private key, you have a password, and it's like, okay, cool. Let's now use that to verify this hash. Yeah, checks out. Cool.
Yeah, I'm not one to listen to people saying something's ridiculous. You know, when I know it works, like you have to learn the mechanics of it, learn the mechanisms, and understand the technology, and then listen to all the people saying it's wrong. I mean, it's just hilarious, really. But then all the people speculating on it is even more funny.
The
Yeah.
NFT the tech is good. It's just what people were using it for that was ridiculous.
You know,
'Cause it
there's
was
many use
new.
cases. I think, of course, anything you want to trade is a good use case, albeit kind of a novelty use case. But then you have, uh, shares in property, royalties. I think that would be really powerful if you'd be able to kind of distribute files and have those files be consumed and then royalties be spread through to owners within a network. But that stuff's still kind of in the works at the moment. But there's no reason why it cannot. It cannot work. That's how a lot of companies operate at the moment from a top-down structure. So if you could just kind of automate that and drop it on chain, then it's no problem.
So a lot of people made a heaps of money. There was a huge whale, like kids that ended up with thousands of them and had millions of dollars, and they could just dump on everyone. So there wasn't enough distribution of wealth in NFTs, and then people got a real sour taste in their mouth, and then they'll never touch them again, never.
Yeah,
And so if you
it
stay
gave a
NFT,
whole
you get
yeah.
ostracized.
That's what people think about when they hear NFT, and it's like it gave the technology a bad name. Like not the, it's just like it's sort of like the same thing with crypto. Like Bitcoin is a really serious asset that has serious value and use case, but then you look at Dog Whip Hat or like it's just some random meme coin. Like it wasn't one that completely failed, like Safe Moon or whatever. It's like, what is that? There's no. There's like it just like
I mean,
all
it's
the
the epitome of
like
mania, isn't it?
dog with
People are literally
like
buying JPEGs for
something that's
thousands and
frog with
thousands of
pit
dollars.
like frog with dick. You can't take that seriously. Like it's not in the same class of crypto as like something like Bitcoin. But then people that don't know that there's two different types of crypto. There's like the really dirty, raunchy stuff that's like basically useless. It only exists to trade, like meme coins off of Pump.Fun. And then there's like the serious like assets that like have a use case that are actually trying to solve a problem that's like innovative future technology. But people that hear crypto and they don't know about crypto, they lump the two together and they lump it all together and they think that all crypto is just a scam and that it's like bogus and nobody takes it seriously. That doesn't actually like look into it and like study it
Yeah,
and
and
learn more
even
about it.
memes have a place, but they like if you have a project with no loyalty to the project. I mean, look at Tesla, look at Apple, Microsoft. People are like loyal to the project. If you just have pure tech, then so memes have its place as well. Like that's why there's always a middle road. You don't just
Yeah,
throw the
but
baby
people
out with the
use
bathwater.
people use Microsoft tech like all the time on a regular daily basis. Like almost everybody uses some sort of product that's from Microsoft.
Yeah, it's
Apple
more
too.
just a purely tech thing. It doesn't even have it, but it does have a meme to it as well because this the real machine that does the real work, and then now it became the gaming company. Like there's always a narrative with things.
I mean,
You have,
Microsoft, it's like with like it changed the whole internet, like having an operating system and then being able to run on the internet, it changed the world. So
they
like that was
stole
like
this.
world
They
changing
stole. They
tech.
stole it. They stole everything. They already had Sun Microsystems, and Apple already had. Well, Apple kind of stole it from Pixel Park. So I mean, Microsoft was great at stealing.
Well, before Apple was Macintosh before.
Yeah, well, they
Well,
had.
really,
And
you're
like
talking
Windows was
about a
fine.
story of Unix versus DOS, so that's
Well, yeah, Unix was never going to be useful until we had enough RAM because it was the backbone, but there was never enough memory to have real time on it. So basically, you had a master thread. So if your Apple or Windows crashed, an application, the whole system crashed. So the software had to be really stable. With Unix, if it crashes, it goes back to a master thread, but you had to have too much memory. In 2000, when Apple took on Unix, they took on BSD. They were going to buy BOS. They had enough memory to do it, but it wasn't real time. So all the music industry left Apple because you couldn't do real time anymore. But then once they actually got video editing, audio, real time running on Unix, it was the first system that had stability and real time ability. So
sure.
yeah, it was in the pipeline the whole
Hardware
time.
the hardware eventually caught up. At least the technology that we know about, not like top secret stuff that's being developed by like DARPA or something, but the technology that we know about that's available to the public. That type of
Well, we
hardware
had
that ended up catching up to a point where it could actually be utilized for what it was like practically utilized for, what it was intended for.
well, we had Silicon Graphics, Jurassic Park, but the machine was like $250,000. So we had that in '95, but it's just too expensive. The RAM just was not available to run applications in the home until 2000, and Apple knew it. They had been strategizing on that whole. I mean, Windows was supposed to move to Linux. I mean, it kind of has with PowerShell now, and then it's got the
Oh,
it's got the
funny.
shell built in. But they kind of, but Microsoft was always backwards compatible. You could run native x86 code. They promised you could run your old factories on this thing real time. But we had the CISC and RISC wars, and then eventually they had micro operations running RISC under their CISC architecture. But Intel's just
I
a
mean,
story of
the
backwards
reality is
compatibility.
that most web-based systems are running on a Unix infrastructure. I mean, not all of them, but let's just say
Yeah, all of them, because
over
even
80%,
Microsoft doesn't run. Yeah,
which is a
all of them.
beautiful thing because it's a open source system developed by an absolute goat. So let's go.
Yeah, then people monopolized it, obviously.
Well, all enterprise applications are run like if you want to get, unless you're running C#, you'll get better performance on Unix. Always, it's just that's just the way it is. But front end's a bit of a different thing. It's a bit of a hacky JavaScript world, which was really born out of a mistake by Microsoft when they tried to bring in active, like the Ajax and ActiveX. They tried to make the browser locked in, but they ended up creating this beast that actually destroyed them in the end. And Ajax and JavaScript kind of took over. And Apple did a huge thing with Safari, but they stole it from KDE. So, and then Chrome took on Safari, and at the end of the day, Internet Explorer took on Chromium, and Microsoft imploded in terms of the browser. But now their tech is open source, and all that backend stuff doesn't even run on Windows. It runs on Linux and Mac.
Don't they still have Bing?
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's not a huge competitor compared to like Google or Safari, but
no, they have no. Now there's no competitor in the browser market. Chrome engine, the V8 and JavaScript engine was a gift from God.
Chromium is the state of the art. Yeah.
The fastest just-in-time engine in the world. But for a long time, Chrome was the WebKit, which was Safari, but they stole it from KDE, which was Unix. So the developers have known all this stuff for a long time. But Microsoft just continually tried to push Internet Explorer, but they had to give in. They folded about 4 or 5 years ago. It was the end of them. So now they're Chrome.
Which was a very happy day for many developers alike.
Yeah, because I used to have to write 4 different versions of code, and then you never worked. But then you could use web components. You got rid of all your CSS problems. You didn't have to do jQuery anymore. You can go back to vanilla HTML. HTML5 had a 10-year ratification process, and it was ratified. But it was 10 years, and people were like, how can this be 10 years away?
I remember those days. I remember having to write cross device, cross platform, cross browser, and Explorer was an absolute headache.
Oh wait, did Internet Explorer eventually become Edge?
Yeah.
So
Complete
they still have
rebuild,
Edge, but they don't have the Edge.
Haha. Unfortunately not.
What's going on, good people?
What's good, man?
What up, D?
Oh man, good. I've been running all day. Everybody good?
Yeah, man. It's been pretty boring price action, to be honest with you. Haven't missed much.
Yeah, this bear flag has just kind of been teasing us all day, huh?
Yeah.
We can just clear this SR flip. We can invalidate it and put it behind us, but damn.
Yeah.
We have a bit of a
Yeah,
W
unfortunate
inside
about
of it.
that SR.
A little W inside of our bear flag, but we'll see if it plays out.
Did we ever touch 82K? No, not yet.
Hey, Dbloc, sorry I just dropped out. I'm back. Good to hear you
Good,
back,
brother.
Dbloc.
Yeah, I jumped in YouTube chat earlier and told everybody that I had I still have family over from yesterday, but I wasn't able to get on Discord. That'll be our neckline. Heard you guys had a little afternoon entertainment today.
Oh, did I miss it? I just got back. What happened?
Apparently Tame came in here talking crazy.
Nah.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't hear him.
To a room full of people that know better. No. In YouTube chat.
Was he apologizing for his statement?
Yeah. It was like a half an hour long apology. That's exactly what he said.
Now I know you're lying.
Nah, you know what time it is, bro. He was in here trying to stir shit up to a room full of people that used to be in his Discord and know exactly what he's talking about. No, it's bullshit.
Was he calling 40K again?
I have no idea, bro. No clue.
Did he ever get flooded in that?
Did he really come in here?
Yeah, he was in YouTube chat talking shit. He
Oh.
he
I
made
thought he came into voice.
he made remember that video that he made when we got into that shit originally? I guess he reposted it. You guys feel free to go watch it if you want. It's a video of my airdrop Twitter page. And apparently it's his evidence of me shilling and rug pulling. It's one of the funniest things ever. Anybody that's ever done airdrops or pre-sales, any of those sort of free campaigns, I beg you to go watch this video.
Are you talking about Gummy?
Gummy,
That whole Gummy thing?
like 2 years ago, I was posting about the based AI and Pepe airdrops and all that, which I'm still holding, which I still stand by. Early RWA project. What was it called? Lingo. You'll see. It's the dumbest shit ever, bro. It's like, tell me you've never been in Web3 without telling me you've never been in Web3. Unfortunately for new people, that shit might be convincing though.
It's pretty funny though if you watch the banter absolutely ripping into Richard Hart. I bet that's really why he hates banter.
Bro, I could
completely
care
grill him.
less. I've spent 45 minutes today thinking about him. That's the longest I've spent in the last 6-7 months. I don't really care what they're doing over there.
I'm not a banter fan really per se, but like, it's like, cause I kind of can't stand Rand, but like, did it like they airdropped most of the gummy to the community, and then they burned the rest of the supply live on the air, didn't they?
Yeah. Everybody that got in Gummy made like $300 for doing absolutely nothing but running banter bubbles. Which, by the way, there was no referral code. There was no make $1 off of that. Listen, when it comes to airdrops, me telling you about airdrops affects my bag. Doesn't help it. Because when the airdrop drops, the more people,
and then they're just going to sell them.
Not only that, but the more people involved, the less each person gets.
Well, they showed it constantly on the channel anyway. They would talked about it every day.
Yeah, my play on Gummy was always that. I know that they're gonna shill the hell out of this when they drop it, and they've got 1 million+ viewers. Like, duh, this is an easy call here, you know.
So, but did you ever actually sell any, or you still?
Hell yeah, we all sold. Well, we sold, and then some people bought back. But yeah, we sold that day when it launched. When we all got our Gummy, I wasn't even the first one to get my Gummy. I jumped on, and they're like, Gummy release. So I go look, and I'm like, oh shit. So we all claimed our Gummy, and it was literally like $230, $280 worth of gummy just sitting there. We sold that shit as
Everybody
you're
knew that
supposed to.
you're supposed to dump airdrops. Like if you didn't know that
Hello,
4 years
you're
ago,
supposed to
like
sell airdrops. You're supposed to sell pre-sales. Any
That's
sort
the
of early
distribution.
coins that you get, as soon as you get them and there's money in your pocket, you're supposed to sell them.
It's better than ICOs and
I mean,
IPOs.
unless you want to stake it. And
It's
you're
not
staking
that.
it
It's
for
that
a
it's that
purpose.
it's a taxable event. That's the problem,
and
right?
you end up in
So
tax
when you
havens,
receive $230 and it's a taxable event as income, and you've got to pay tax for that, then you can't afford to let it go down to 100 or to 50. Now you owe more in tax than you even have left.
Than it's worth.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So you got to be careful with airdrops because they are taxable events, not when you sell them, but when you receive them at the value that they are when you get them. So you got to remember that.
That's why you had to claim them in the end. Otherwise, you get airdrops you don't even know, and you get a taxable event. But you have to actively engage with it. The whole setup was to stop these silly ICOs anyway, because it's a security that way. This was a safety mechanism for people. They know to sell them, and if they didn't know what they were doing. We were warning them.
Yeah, I don't see why you would have held it anyway.
I wasn't part of a cult called Hexagon.
Well, to me, it's the funny thing. Well, the good thing, I guess, is that I'm surrounded by people who are all there. So I don't even feel like I have to say anything. You guys know what time it is. You know what I mean?
So when I saw it today, I was just kind of shaking my head. I was like, "You got to be kidding me, Tame!"
Like you realize you're talking to a room full of people that know you. But he's not talking to y'all, right? He's trying to come in here and he's trying to get in the ear of new people that don't know any better.
It wouldn't bug me if I don't actually like Tame. If I didn't like the guy, then I wouldn't care. But I do actually like Tame, so it actually bugs me that he did what he did. That's all. So that's the last thing I want to say about it.
But ignorance is bliss for me, so I'll just leave it at that.
No, I mean, look, and I don't mind talking about it. So if anybody new feels like they need a little bit of reassurance to know what's going on, I really don't mind. I just don't want to rehash it if it's not necessary. Like I said, he made a video. You guys can go watch the video and get his whole side. That's how ridiculous it is.
Like he broke up the family, man. Like honestly.
I mean, you guys left way before. Remember, like there was the first split was when B and y'all went one way and Piskett took like some of the group, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, first Piskett, the first big thing that happened was Piskett leaving, and then there was that
Piskett left, and then and then he got caught on
open mic thing.
Yeah, he got caught on open mic telling his friend to dump Doge when he had just told the what was it? He said something like, "I'm gonna tell the Discord to buy, get ready to sell," something like that.
Well, he came in and was like saying like, "Oh, we're wicked, oversold, blah blah blah, yada yada. This is probably a good place to buy." And then he came on saying something, and he was like, "I like sell 5 million more Doge, or sell." He says, "Sell another 5 million Doge, drop the candle, drop one more candle." And it kind of like made it seem like he was manipulating the price, which like still to this day I don't know exactly what the validity of that was, but it didn't sound like improvised or like a joke. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It sounded like he was in the wrong spot by accident. I don't think he mentioned, "Oh, I'm gonna tell these guys to buy." It just made it seem like, hey, he was telling somebody else to sell, and he was telling everyone else that was in there to buy at the same time.
It was drama earlier on though, like it's like what's going on here? Like
Yeah, no, I can imagine. I can imagine my DMs are going crazy.
I got so much shit for that too, because it was like I went into Trogdor had a room, and they were doing some wild stuff with like their NFTs. So a bunch of people went to his place too, and they told me to come in there. So I went in there, and it was just like a group of people that were like they were cammed up, and then they started interrogating me and stuff, and they were like, "You're involved with Tame and his pump and dump thing, and we can't trust you," and blah blah blah. Like you're gone. Like it was just a bunch of people yelling at me and like
What?
Trogdor $500,000, like
I don't know. Look,
Jeff
I'm kind of upset that like the whole
Doge King.
I'm upset that the family got split, but I do feel like the best of the bunch all sort of landed here. You know what I mean? Like none of the drama, none of the, you know.
None of the weird stuff.
Yeah.
None of like the
trolling's fun,
people
but you know
fishing
where
for
you know
15
where
minutes of fame.
you know
You know
where
all those people
trolling
that
ends
came
up.
in?
Nah, I was bad, but there was a lot of people that would just literally be drunk every night. People fighting with each other for who gets to do the next drunk TA for the next 30 minutes. It got kind of rough.
I'll admit, once in a while, I was one of those people.
I learned not to do that after a while. It's all fun and games until someone gets hurt.
Yeah, it's all about good vibes, bro. There's good vibes and there's bad vibes. You know, we're going to curate good vibes and build our tribe.
Dude, yeah, I know exactly what you're referring to too, because there was like that dude Jarsky who ended up in Statics, and then Tatty Doge or Tatty Triangles. We renamed him Tatty Triangles, and him and those two would always be super drunk and like giving TA and arguing with each other.
Yeah. Come on, baby. We could stay above this SR flip, man. We're going to go grab these vectors. Patty Triangle disappeared when he lost that bet to...
He made that bet with Drew.
When he asked bet Drew.
Disappeared.
Bro, guys, look. Everybody, this is for men and women, but men specifically, listen up. Don't be an ass better. That's the worst thing you could be as a man. Don't make a bet that you can't back up. I don't care how mad you are that you lost the bet. Always pay your debts. Because there's like no coming back from that.
Yeah, if you can't afford the bet, don't make it.
Nah, in my circle, like being an ass better is like you're bottom tier, bro. Like your word is shit. You know what I mean? Like,
and it's like, so just like bet within your means then. It's like, okay,
no, it's how
I'll
we
bet
did
you,
it too.
like,
They got into
$1.
one of those like drunk TA arguments like I was talking about earlier. And I think it was on the S&P or something. And I believe that he bet that the S&P would get to a certain price before Bitcoin got to a certain price. And Drew was like, Drew tried to not take the bet. Drew was like, look, bro, I'm good. You're drunk. I don't want to do it to you. And he's like, nah. He started talking to Drew. Was like, you know what? All right, cool. Let's do it. I think it was like for 1K or something. And Taddy was like, make it 4K. And Drew was like, you sure? Like, yeah. He's like, all right. And the bet was like at least 3 weeks, 4 weeks off. Right? There was a date to it. And every night, Taddy came in the chat, drunk as hell, talking about the bet. Oh, I hope Drew pays up. I mean, literally every single night came in just talking shit.
Insane.
On the day of the bet where he lost the bet, everybody was like, where's Taddy? Right?
It's over.
No, not even worse. He comes in and goes, what's going on, guys? Apparently, I'm seeing my DMs and somebody's saying there's something about a bet with Drew.
What?
And we were like, what? Exactly. That was our exact reaction. We were like, what? And he was like, yeah, I mean, everybody's telling me I really don't. I was like, Taddy, don't do that, bro. I tried to stop him. I was like, Taddy, don't do that. He's like, no, I mean, I'll pay it. I just don't remember even being in a... I was like, oh, and then we just all sort of laid in on him. Yeah, it was like 4K.
That's too much. I don't care how much money you have.
No, you know what the crazy thing is? That if he would have came on and said, Drew, my bad, bro. I was ass betting. I let my ego get the best of me. Drew would have been like, you're good, bro. Drew's not going to hold 4K over somebody's head. You know, he would have literally, I know Drew, he would have let him off on the bet. But the way he did it was crazy. Yeah, it's a good way to screw your name up.
Crazy shit.
That's why we don't do a lot of betting in here. Just let's not put people in those situations, you know? Like, I like some of y'all. I don't want to find out your ass betters. I'd rather not even put you in a situation where we have to find that out. Because Taddy was actually kind of cool, bro.
You can just put it on an exchange.
Yeah, right. Everything on the blockchain. Come on, baby. Let's go after these vectors. 85.5, come back down, retest, flip it into support.
852 and slap it down. No.
The support is kind of not easy.
Where's your weekend trap, Dbloc?
You have to wait. Tomorrow we'll find out.
Fair.
Thursday we had our midweek reversal. Right? Our Thursday peak, midweek reversal.
It's Friday somewhere in the world.
This doesn't make an amazing trap short, so I'd have to assume we're gonna both bet our shorts and our longs tomorrow. I don't think there's a massive crash coming for XRP. I just and this isn't XRP exclusive. This sort of translates to a bunch of alts. I just don't see the massive face melting run that Twitter's kind of trying to sell. Like when you go on Twitter, you got the bear market of over people, and then you got the $1,000, you know, $5,000 Solana, $10,000 XRP people, $15,000 ETH, like playing on the extremes. Crash is a wild boy though. You know, I know he's not 13, but he leaned into that whole 13-year-old narrative so much that I just imagine him as a 13-year-old now with a shit ton of money. Did he make a I'll check his Twitter. I'll see what he's saying about it. He's usually good about sort of posting his data. That's how I felt, Slime. And I mean, I said it a million times over there. You don't tell a man how to cook in his own kitchen. But disrespect can't be tolerated. And trying to put mud on somebody's name is like the highest level of disrespect, right?
What is he, 5?
Hey, Dbloc, what's going on?
What's going on, buddy?
Not much. I had to get some rest earlier. Well, actually, touch some grass. I went out and ate and played some pickleball for a bit.
Nice. You've been running too hard.
No, a little bit. I was telling everybody in the chat the other day that my mom has a pretty much like a terminal illness, and I've been having to take her
Damn,
to the
bro.
hospital regularly a couple weeks for the past year. And FOMC day, I was at the hospital most of the day.
I'm
But
sorry to hear that, brother.
I don't know, it's all good. When I was I just got in here like 10 minutes ago. I briefly heard the drama stuff. I was gonna ask what was that other group that y'all had? What was that supposed to be like? What was the vision for it?
I mean, it was kind of the same thing that we have here, except that let's just say the management was different. You know, everybody that's here for the most part, I'd say 80% of the people that were there are here now. Like we all stuck together. The credit I will give him is that this was the place where everybody found each other. You know what I mean? But things just changed from how they used to be. I don't know what he's going through. I wish him the best with whatever demons he's fighting. But yeah, it was getting toxic.
Trolling always ends up like that in an office. A little bit of trolling, everyone thinks it's funny, but it's like it always ends up bad. I've never seen it turn out pretty when trolling's encouraged.
It was just another live YouTube like this?
Yeah.
Yeah, drunk TA, that's crazy.
Oh no, we had some wild nights, bro. And it was in the middle of like the last parabolic bull run, so you can imagine. It was just
after dark.
Yeah, it was just craziness. And then it would suck because you'd have
where girls would be flashing their titties and stuff.
You'd have people that sort of missed out on trades or took somebody's TA that they shouldn't have, and then half of us are celebrating, and the other half are like starting to get aggro because people are too excited. Yeah, it was crazy.
That blood diamond guy.
Sounds like
killed me, man. That blood diamond guy. Oh.
Sounds like pure chaos and degeneracy.
The guy that saw blood diamonds everywhere.
Sure was.
Dude, I missed my all-in trade at 48k by 20 milliseconds. My fault for listening to people, but yeah, he tilted me big time. Came in with, I see blood diamonds everywhere.
Yeah.
Man.
Blood
But-
diamonds, is that market Cypher stuff?
Well, yeah, it's supposed to be, but this guy saw it. I mean, this guy saw blood
There
diamonds.
was none.
Any diamond that had a red candle in it, or any sort of formation that's had a red candle in it, he would call out a blood diamond. It was hilarious.
He was seeing him in the bathroom, this guy, man.
But I've been doing what I'm doing now for the past 4 years, bro. The only difference is I was doing it on somebody else's channel. He was mostly never there. And there's some people on YouTube that can vouch for this, where like they listened to me give TA for 3 years without ever being able to see my chart. Because he would never put my chart on the screen, right? Even if I was talking for hours. But we held it together. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it really was more. It became more your channel than his, because it was like people were coming to listen to you, not him, because he was never there. Like, just sort of like the same thing happened with B. Like, it kind of almost became more my channel than his, because I was like, I'd be on there for hours and hours each day giving TA and like talking about TA and like delivering stuff on TA, and he would hardly ever be there. Like, he would never be there.
I mean, I get it, bro. You don't, I mean, you know, just, I get it. What I don't understand is you have a YouTube channel that's running on automatic and you blow it up for no reason. Is just like self-sabotage, you know?
A smart driving car, and then you killed the power source. Like, intentionally, you took a hammer to the power source and just and busted it up.
So when you would be
That's
doing
my
TA
thing, like, and then him coming in here talking about that that I was scamming people for airdrop referral links, and that I got rich off people's referral links during airdrop season or some shit. He said I scammed 20 people or something. Just go watch the video, guys. You'll see.
That's
What is he
100%
open to accomplish?
None of that is true. 100%. I was there for every conversation. There was no. That is 100% lie.
Put it this way: I never even had to defend myself because everybody was here, you know, in real time. So
He might just be kind of trying to fish for attention at that point, you know, like.
I mean, he definitely got more engagement on his chat today from y'all going in there trolling him after that happened than he's ever had. And
Yeah, I noticed that, man. That was Tame Gone Wild today, man.
like I said, I'm just glad there's so many OGs in here that know what time it is.
Maybe he went on tilt or something with the FO.
Oh, dude, he was unhinged.
Yeah.
Is the video still like? Can I still go read the live?
It's the
chat,
same. Oh no, you probably won't be able to see the live chat. And he didn't make a new one. It's literally just him on my airdrop webpage, going through the airdrops and then pulling up a chart and showing that it went down and being like, "Look, he rug pulled." Yeah, Tim. Welcome to airdrops, bro. What are you talking about? Yeah, airdrops come out, people sell them, they all go down. It's an airdrop.
And no one warned us anymore, like warned anyone more than we did,
bro.
When they come out, tell them, because you don't want to get a tax hit. We told everybody the same thing over and over again.
Let's keep it real. I didn't show his tame token. I wouldn't even get involved in the conversations with his tame token. He wanted my he wanted my wallet address so he can send me some. I kept ducking at it and want nothing to do with it. He was pumping and dumping that shit live on YouTube. He'd come in and say, "Hey, I have a feel. Look at the chart. It looks really good right now. Something about tame token is looking really good right now." And then he'd dump 10K in it, throw a candle up. I wish White was in here. Every time he did that, White would take everything he put in it. White was sitting there with a finger on the trigger because he had a bunch of tame token. And every time Tame would add liquidity to make it look like it was pumping so people would jump in, White would just TP. And it would go right back down. Yeah.
Yep, I never turned on the pulse chain on my MetaMask. I never looked at it.
And then listen, it's not in my character to do what he's doing. Right? It just isn't. Somebody else would go back into those videos and call every single fuck up and put a nice little 45-minute long video of him just getting it wrong and him talking, telling people to sell their Doge for Pulse Chain. And
I went through his YouTube channel briefly, and I saw like in some of his videos, he's like showing off his like busted up girlfriend, like, ooh, look at my girl, and like
it's not for anybody. I mean, I could be wrong, but anybody that was here for a while to tell you it's not the Tame that we met when we first joined the channel.
Right. Yeah.
Something's, whatever it is his business, none of my business, but it's something's going on.
I don't know, dude. I think maybe like the money got to his head or something, because like I talked to Adam recently and he actually went out to see him, and apparently he's like, yeah, dude, he's got a lot of money, man. He showed me all these accounts and all this stuff. But he said he met up with him and he was dressed like when he pulled into his crib, like Tame went out to meet him, and Adam said he was dressed like a freaking, like he had like a crown on, and he was dressed in like full like medieval armor, like this whole full like medieval armor suit, and he was like, "What the hell is going on?" And I guess
Money
like
buys better
he was
drugs,
going
bro.
to.
I don't know.
Oh my god, that's like, it's so funny how believable that is.
It's like I think I have, or I don't know if I was live or if Adam was live. I think Adam was live actually, and we were talking about it. It was just me and him. And he was like, so if I can find the video where Adam was talking about it, I'll either send it or like I'll clip it.
Did he
They're
give
on
up
their
sweet
trade
potatoes? Did he give up eating
What?
sweet potatoes? Like he actually started
No,
eating properly?
he continues to buy the dip on sweet potatoes to this day, and apparently watermelon.
Nah, yeah. I mean, I know I can't stop y'all from having fun with it, but we're definitely not gonna play clips or any of that. I don't care enough.
In the chat today, he was talking about meet him at the club in Miami, and he was saying he had X amount of net worth. He just kept saying, meet me at this club in Miami or something.
You know how rich people are, bro. They're always walking around talking about how much money they have, right? That's just normal for rich people, right?
Yeah, I don't know though, dude, but something was up. Something changed about him, man. He was different when we first met him. He was like a lot more chill.
Yeah, the face
And then
tattoo was completely normal.
He kind of got weird.
Oh, he didn't have the face tat when he was back in the days?
No, he like lost some sort of bet or something, and then he had to get the theory
Oh,
tattooed
that's
on his
right.
face.
That's so funny. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it may be, I'm assuming, alienating part of his community, and now things are like no one is in his Discord anymore. That combined with, I don't know what else it could be, but I could see that having long-term consequences on his demeanor. I think that,
Yeah,
and then being
he could have
trolled
lost
by people.
himself.
Money doesn't make you happy, man. If you don't deal with whatever demons you have before you get money, you're just gonna have more well-funded demons.
One thing I do know is money doesn't change you once you get some real money. It just amplifies or shows who you really are. Like someone gets to hold a lot of money and you start thinking, oh, this guy's an asshole. It's like he was already an asshole. He just has the freedom now to express himself.
Yeah, now he's just more of an asshole. Yeah, it definitely just makes you more of who you already are.
It also makes it harder to tell if people genuinely like you for who you are.
It's impossible, almost.
Well, I'll be able to tell right away because I already know that people don't like me. So,
As long as you like you, bro.
so if that changes, then
I
I'll
like you.
know
You've
for
got
sure
money, man.
what
I
it
like you.
is.
I like you. You've got no money, bro.
If old heads from my past start hitting me up and was like, "What's up? See Bitcoin's above 100,000."
Dude, I heard y'all talking about that Tatty Triangle Drew bet. Oh man,
That was
takes me back.
classic.
Yeah. Except I don't know, maybe my memory is not as good, but I remember it a different way. I remember Tatty kind of like talking big while drunk, and like talking a big game, and like the SPY's definitely gonna go to here, and it's gonna be catastrophic. And I remember it being like his prediction was like a 40 or 50% drop on the SPY within like a week or two.
Yeah, it was
Like
something wild.
absolutely absurd. And the way that I remember it, and I could be wrong, not saying anything, but I remember the way I remember it is Drew came on and was like, I bet you 10 G's you're wrong. Like, was just waiting for that.
You fed off of him. Hey, look, I don't even want to take that from him if that's really what happened. We're gonna have to ask him when he comes, because that would make the story even better.
Yeah, it seemed like he was just like perched waiting for the right amount of drunkenness.
I could have sworn that I remember him giving him some outs, like trying to give him some outs. But then I could see him just playing with his head too. You know what I mean? And being like,
Yeah, he's like, "Hey, you sure you want to do this? I don't know if you really want to do it." He's like, "Nah, man, I want 5Gs."
Yeah, I think he did give him some opportunities to back down, but because he was drunk and just like high on himself, he was just like, "Oh no, man, it's definitely going there." Yeah, and then before you know it, the rest is history. It ended up being his demise in the group.
yeah, that sucks, bro.
Yeah, he never came back after that, but he was fun, dude. And like, even though he was drunk all the time, he did give a good TA.
Bro, he would obsess. He would come in like there was drinking games going on in the YouTube chat. Like every time he said triangle, you had to take a shot, and then the next day it'd be a different pattern. But he would repeat whatever. It was like the word of the day. He would just repeat it 75 times.
That's like next level degeneracy. That's crazy.
Dude, it was so he said triangle that one night so many times that like people were just blasting gifs of that's when we changed his name to
No, his name became Tatty Triangle after that night. That's how bad it was. Yeah.
And he was like, Drew came in, he was like, enough with the triangles. He's like, every time he's like, I'm listening, he's like, all I'm hearing is triangle, triangle, triangle. Enough with the effing triangles. And and freaking dude, like people started blasting gifs of like triangles, like these crazy like geometric, like psychedelic, like triangle patterns are all through the general chat. And then that same night, Tame changed the settings so that you couldn't post gifs and memes in general chat anymore, and he made a whole separate channel that was like just for memes, and you weren't allowed to post gifs and meme. Like if you tried, it wouldn't let you. And then that like killed the general chat. Like the general chat was not the same ever after that.
Yeah.
Damn, that's right. Yeah, I remember he had an aversion to looking at anything. Like he hated the term head and shoulders, like head and shoulders and inverse head and shoulders. It was like this newbie idea that like looking for them on a chart is like absolutely beneath him. And so he was like really big into Elliott waves. And then as far as like the standard wave patterns, he would look for like triangles, like ascending triangles, like descending triangle.
If we break out of this symmetrical triangle, we'll go back into this ascending triangle. And then if we break out of that ascending triangle, we'll go into a descending triangle. Like it was just triangle after triangle after triangle. We got to break out of this triangle, and then we'll reach the top of this bigger triangle that we're in. If we break out of that triangle, we'll reach the top of this triangle.
Yeah,
everybody's got their edge, you know.
Yeah, his edge was mushrooms. Oh, Tatty, man. We've had some interesting characters in the past. It's funny, like, whenever we talk about the old days in the channel, it's always fun times, right? It's just that one person that was an issue and everybody else had a great time. You know what I mean? There's people that came and went. Like that one guy there was one guy that was really rude. Had a thick country accent. No. He was always drunk. And
Gil
he used to
Wallace.
pay. No, I don't think it was Gil. It was. Come on, somebody in chat knows. He's the guy that was singing. His hand was stuck in the Pringles can, and then some girl told him to shut up, and then he started calling her all types of bitches and stuff. John Smith. There you go.
Yeah.
John Smith. Yo, this dude was a legend. He'd come in and crash out, and then Tame would kick him out of the Discord, and
Oh
then
my
he would
god.
go to the YouTube and he would drop thousands of dollars in YouTube chats.
Yeah.
I was
And then
just gonna
Tame
say he would put hundreds and hundreds of dollars
and then
in
Tame would let him back
the
in.
super chat.
He'd buy his way back into the Discord so that
Oh
he could
man,
just
yeah.
go crazy the next night.
I swear, like over the course of that bull run, he had to at least given him $20,000-$30,000 in just in YouTube.
Yeah, a third of the money that Tame made from the YouTube came from John Smith.
Well, somebody
From
came in.
YouTube and Discord.
If you're, I don't want to put your business in the street, so I'm not going to say the name. But somebody came in here and told me that he had been kicked out of the Discord and he tried to get back in, and Tame tried to charge him $3,000, and he was like, "Screw that."
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Jeez.
If you get kicked out of this Discord, it's because you're not good to be around my family. There's something wrong. It's the mix is not mixing, and no amount of money is gonna buy you back into that. Like,
You're a bad seed.
it's just, I mean, if you want to keep a group of people intact and you want to keep the vibe the same, then you have to curate, right? There's some people that just don't mix well with others, don't play well with others, and it probably shows in other aspects of their life, right? It's not just here. They probably have the same problem at work and the same problem at home or whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
But you can't have everybody else's sort of night ruined because you're dealing with, trying to be understanding of one person's demons. That whole shit, I'm fighting my demons, and I was like, look, bro, I get it, but do that over there because...
Yeah.
I mean, I was there when he was chatting, and I just couldn't believe how long he was able to chat without being interrupted, without being booted. It was crazy.
Oh, in YouTube?
Yeah, I mean, I know the mods have lives, so I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying he got away with dumping a lot of info. But I'll tell you what it reminded me of. I know we probably want to move on from this, but is that it reminded me of the digital version of BitBoy standing outside a guy's house with a gun.
I'm not scared of you, Carlos.
That's what it reminded me of, a complete blowout.
I'm not scared of you, Carlos. Oh, what an epic day, bro. That's like the JFK assassin. For people that were alive during JFK, like your parents are like, I'll always remember where I was when JFK. I'll always remember where I was when BitBoy was outside of Carlos's house with that little gun in his bag, screaming about his Lambo.
And Drew was at his best on Twitter, man. It was so funny. Drew would come tell us what's going on. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I saw that going down. I wasn't able to do anything. But it got taken care of. All is well.
It's all good, man. Look, I don't even... The fact that he wasn't automatically, banned from the channel already tells you that I'm not worried about anything that comes out of his mouth, man. I got taught a long time ago that you're meant to let a fool speak as much as possible, right? They'll show themselves. But yeah, not if you're going to be in here disrupting and...
What, somebody did get kicked out?
No, from the chat, from YouTube chat, when they finally kicked him out.
Did anybody else branch off and go do their own thing besides you and Tame?
Well, he's still where we left him, but there was 3 big branches. Well, 4 actually, because BJ peeled off a little bit before me.
Oh, there's been a lot.
Listen, that was honestly whatever he said about me. Whatever, I'm a big boy. Attacking BJ was like,
yeah, that was
attacking BJ was like, bro, really? And then he was saying that BJ was trying to steal people from his chat and da. And it all comes down to that day when I think BJ and Peaches told him his TA was wrong and he blew a gasket. He literally lost his shit. And then it was like, nah, she's got to go.
Yeah,
BJ's the girl. I was thinking that was somebody else.
No, BJ, that's here. But for the most part, everybody that split up, like Qui-Gon's from the group that left with B. BJ left with a couple from the Discord as well. And just everybody sort of just congregated
Rick
back.
split off and kind of made his
Rick
own
too.
group, but
Yeah,
he
Rick.
hops
Rick.
around.
That's true. I forgot. Rick also split off. Crypto Down Under.
Pisket.
And then
Yeah,
Pisket.
Had a
Yeah.
thing for a few months.
Yeah.
and now there's branches have branches. You know, Bees, Turbo split off of Bees, and now Turbo has his own group. So it's a very splintered community.
Well, I like to think of this place as the hub where everybody touches
Yeah.
down on at least, once
I
a
love
day,
that,
no matter
man.
what they're doing.
Like I'd say,
I
like
have
the one fault of Bees is that he seems very paranoid about people going to other people's servers. That because he's so desperately clinging on to all of his people, it's pushing them away, or it has in the past, anyways.
Yeah, I
But
mean, there was
it's
this
great
whole
to
huge feud, freaking, there was some sort of power struggle or something that was happening with, and B kicked me out of his server, and I had started my own server, and he was mad that like people from his server were coming over to hang out with me, but it's like I wasn't allowed in his anymore. So then it was like people were hanging out in my group for like a few weeks, and then like I don't know, some people like started going back over there. Some people were back and forth or whatever, and then I finally went back over to Bees, and then mine
Oh,
just kind of got forgotten about. So it's not like I still have the server, and like people are still in it, but it's not like people hang out there anymore. I'm not like in like a I'm not like in competition or something
If
like.
you're
But
if you're
that was
yeah, if you're
he
free
was
to
always
go,
paranoid.
if you're free to go, you're free to come back, and you're not locked in, and it's not like you're being chained to something. You should
Bro,
always be free to go.
I don't
come
want
back.
anybody here that doesn't want to be here. It makes zero sense.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
and I
but
like seeing like Switzerland and just being able to migrate, say hi to this group of people
As
since
you should, God forbid.
sharing time back in the day. Go to that group, yeah.
As you
And
should, bro. What is it like? I don't even know how that works. Like either with, I don't know.
It's not a dungeon here, man. It's like
with
when
us or
dungeons
against
start,
us, you know.
yeah. I mean, it was weird. Mine kind of died because it was like B was all paranoid that like everyone was gonna leave his server, but then he was never there. He was never even there, and it's like, dude, what are you trying to protect anyway? She's like, I'm trying to protect the group, and it's like, well, dude, like then you should probably be there more often, like,
I was gonna
or
ask.
otherwise it's like people are gonna get the idea that you don't care about the group, and they're gonna leave and go somewhere else, which is exactly what happened when Turbo opened his. Everyone just went over to his instead.
in
I
that
was
group,
gonna.
it splintered whenever that phone call happened, or that conversation about I'm going to tell the Discord to buy, and
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
that was splinter from that event.
Yeah, you had people that thought it was the people that thought it was a joke and just stupid dry humor, and the people that thought it was real. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey D, when you were like doing tea all the time on his channel,
Yeah.
where was he at or what was he doing?
Digging for rocks or something. I don't know. He had a baby.
Dude, who the
This man
hell
did a lot,
knows?
bro. This man got married, had a baby, started opening us. I don't know. He's like digging for rocks in rivers. I don't know. Well, he was living his life while we were all running his channel.
Yeah, he was gaining an income off of like basically us putting in work to give TA and stuff.
And I didn't.
mean,
I mean, honestly, I never minded, and I would have probably kept doing it. I told y'all when I started the channel, the first thing I said was, what feels really good about starting the channel is that I was breaking my rules before, right? I wouldn't have minded, and I would have kept doing it because we created a bond, right? We had been through the bear market. I wasn't gonna leave y'all for anything. I took plenty of shit before, he just blatantly got disrespectful, and I couldn't take it anymore. But the reason that I did it was because the last thing I wanted to do was split up the group, But it was never mine, no matter how, many people were there. The people that said that they paid him money to come in the Discord just to see my chart because they couldn't see it on YouTube sort of made it all make sense. And he would tell people, like, people would be like, I want to see Dbloc's chart. And he's like, well, if you come into the Discord, But it is what it is. But the rules that you don't break, like I said, like I always talk about, is do what you love, never do it for someone else, and never do it for free. I was breaking two of those rules.
Did y'all ever congregate like in person or
Nah, he's
online?
come down. I heard that he said that today where he was like, "Oh, I've been down in Miami 3 times and he's never come to see me." Yes, because I just don't like him as a person, bro. Just don't. I don't see anything that we would talk about. I don't see anything, you know what I mean? But yeah, he's come down here before. He came down here, Joe, and it sucks because Joe was down here, and it's like I would have liked to see Joe, but I'm really not in a big hurry to hang out with Tame.
I understand. He came to Virginia Beach when I lived there, and it was a little awkward. He's like, I don't know if I can do that meetup.
I mean, is it
Someone
really
went to see him
necessary?
and ended up
Is
with,
it really necessary? It's not really
someone went to see
necessary.
him and ended up with a broken wrist.
What was that? Broken wrist?
Someone went to go see him and had a race.
Oh, that's when he tripped Rob during their
Yeah, he
race.
tripped him up on purpose and broke his arm.
I mean, apparently he says that it didn't happen that way, and Rob says that it didn't happen that way. But I like living in a universe where Rob was in the lead, and then he tripped him.
Oh my god!
But whatever happened, he fell during the race and hurt himself. I heard he was in here too today, Rob.
Yeah, I don't want to laugh about it because I actually really am good friends with Rob. So
Yeah, I didn't even know about that.
Yeah.
There was somebody in the chat earlier saying that he doesn't care about his YouTube channel and he doesn't care about subscribers and he doesn't care about the Discord because he's too busy making money. But every single thing I've heard tonight is an extreme contrary to that. So it's just weird. Does he care about his YouTube channel or he doesn't?
I don't know. Luckily I'm in a position where I don't have to care anymore.
Nice.
I spent way too much time having to explain his thoughts to people as they came into the channel. Like he'd have, he's been calling 40K Bitcoin since we were at 40K the last time. We went to 60, called it again. We went to 70, called it again, went to 80, just would not let it go. So all the way up, the trip from 40 all the way to 80, 90, I literally every day would have to explain to people why we are not going to 40K. They'd come in panicked. 40K, we're going to 40K, Dbloc? I'm like, bro, look, I don't know what he's thinking. He's got his own TA. I don't think we're going there.
Well, a lot of people blew it off as it was just clickbait to get people to come into the channel. But when you got to hear him talk, he really believed it, right?
Yeah. He called the bull market over like 17 times. There was one bear market that lasted 5 days, and he officially called it a... Like I said, I've already spent too much time talking about it.
If people love you, hate you, they care. If they say nothing, they don't care. So coming in here and throwing trash means he really cares, man. He really, really cares.
That's kind of what my argument was. If you go out of your way to break character, or maybe consistent with character, I don't know. Like he came into this domain, not the other way around. You could literally know that he's not living rent free, in someone's mind.
Hey, Dbloc, your 105-day, can you show us your 105-day where it's at with the MTM money supply?
Yeah, I got you.
We were on our way to that 50 MA. We
Where
were
is
on our way.
That's a decent question, bro. Where the hell is my Bitcoin chart with the... I have it somewhere else. Oh. That's alright, I'll have to pull it back up. Give me a second. Let me go look at the screenshot so I can remember what chart it was. But as far as I'm concerned, we, at any time between now and 90 on that chart, you could look at it and say we're at the top. But I do expect it to get to 90 or close to 90. Wherever the 50 EMA is on the daily.
Yeah, it's about 90.
That's where I expect it to be. There's a vector gap sitting right up there too. It's like everything's kind of nice and neat.
Did your M2 indicator talk about? Because you said something about the 26th, and I can't remember if that was the 26th of March. Because I think you've got the 25th of April to the 25th of May. Was the 75-day correlation starting on the 26th of March?
Yeah,
Is that...
in 2 days or something like that. It was like
Yeah,
the
cool,
one
cool.
that's right around the corner.
Yep. Thank you, Dbloc.
Yeah, I'll find it. I'll probably have to rebuild the chart if I lost it. I probably didn't save it. I'll be honest with you. But I'll go look at the screenshots and I'll see what chart it was on. If not, I'll just redo it tomorrow. It's no big deal.
Okay, cool.
You just wanted to know how close we were to the top of the...
I was just trying to see how it's playing out because I know that chart. It looked like we were gonna go up and then come down.
Yeah. If... Let me see if I can get it for you. Hold on.
Which one are you talking about?
The M2 money supply one. It's to check the progress anyways, so the screenshot wouldn't.
Yeah, I didn't take a screenshot of that one.
Give me a second. I'll be right back, y'all.
Hey guys, last cycle did the group make any hero trades together or any people make any crazy hero trades?
BJ and I landed 28K. We were very happy. Like both of us landed very big leverage Bitcoin positions. I felt like that was one of my most fun days of my life. So
Wait, what
We
did
all
you
kind of...
Huh?
What was the trade?
I had 2.5 Bitcoin in position size on a 200x margin, and a whole bunch of alts, and I found the 28K bottom. I knew it wasn't going to go below 28K, so I leveraged so much at that thing, and BJ did even bigger. I think I took 28K profit and she took 36 or something like that together. So that was so much fun.
Dude, we all kind of did like a hero trade on Dogecoin. Like there was people that got in before it ever hit 10 cents and then held it all the way to Saturday Night Live.
I think of that run though, the most memorable like trade within the group was, and maybe it was just the lack of a trade, but it was Static's call for Doge to go to 25 cents. And at that point, Doge was in the 70s, and everyone was getting furious at him for even thinking of that. And he was just like public enemy number one to everyone. And then what did Doge do? It goes to 25 cents.
Dude, well, I mean, not for nothing. I called Doge when Doge was at 50 cents this time. I said, hey, it's going to go to 16 cents. Everyone gave me a ton of shit. And then it was at 16 cents. That's kind of why I stopped. Part of why I stopped going around there. I kept being like, dude,
what made you think it was
bearish?
going
It's
to
gonna come down. It's like, I had a bunch of GA to suggest it, and the thing is, I would sit there and I would explain it for like something for an hour or like 2 hours.
Yeah,
people are
but
just like, no, you're crazy.
But what was your presentation like? Were you like salivating when you said it? Like,
yeah, were you
No,
shorting it or
people
what?
said I had. People said I had. No, I never short Doge, but I sold. And it wasn't just Doge; it was the whole altcoin market. And I kept saying, "Hey guys, like, this is probably going to come down. There's a bunch of bearish signals here," and everyone's like, "No, no, we're going into the next parabolic phase, and we're going into expansion." Like, people were moon boy to the max.
I'm back.
Is that what they sound like?
Yeah.
Was that in May 2021 around then?
Dude, there was one person that, like, in particular, that I'm not going to mention their name, but they would mock people if they had TA that was not conducive to their own, like if somebody didn't agree with them, they would completely mock them, and then
Look,
when
bro, I've
that
become a
person was
better
right,
person
they would
since then.
come around
Okay.
and say, no, well,
That definitely wasn't. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
if the other person was right, and they come around and say, "Hey, I was right about this," like, you know, are you rethinking your TA now? Like, are you gonna be less stubborn now and like stop being one sided now? And it's like, oh no, I'm gonna be stubbornly bullish in the bull market and stubbornly bearish in the bear market. I'm just waiting for the bear market. It's like, dude, altcoins are at new all-time lows. I'm like, I said it was gonna go down while you were like saying, oh, it's just gonna pump to the moon. So like, who's really making money? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if it's some people are just they're so cocky about it and they think they're right about everything. It's like when they're wrong, they can't admit that they're wrong, and they pay for it.
Let people be right, bro.
They just like round tripping, man.
Let people be right. They're just pulling that, you know, like I reject your reality and I replace it with my own. Just you can't do nothing with those type of people, bro. You worry about being rich. You let them be right.
Yeah, and there's something about like the technical analysis community where many people want to see themselves as like a guru who can just read the future in the cards, and it makes this narcissistic
It's a God
superego.
complex.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so some people just fall into that trap pretty bad.
That's bad because that thing. I mean, that's what wrecks you with leverage. That same feeling right there. Because they're not pretending. They really do feel like they just are, you know, have a crystal ball or something, right? So it's easy for them to convince themselves to go all in on a trade because, I mean, it has to do something. Because, I mean, I've been right the last 10 times. How could I not be right now? Exactly, Slime. Then the universe just sits you down real quick.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, this one dude, he would have these great entries and he would hold them for weeks and weeks and months, and he's like, oh yeah, like I'm such a genius. But then he would never sell anything. And then like he would just round trip the whole thing and get stopped out and end up losing money anyway after holding the trade for months. So it's like, all right, what the hell are you really trading, or like what's going on? Or are you just boasting that you had a good call? So it's like when I was saying, like, I remember coming in and being like, yo, when XRP was at $3.15, people are like, it's at 3.15. I'm like, I'm not even looking at that chart. I'm like, yo, are you guys gonna sell? Are you gonna sell the people that are holding? Like, are you gonna sell some? And they're like, I wasn't even holding it anymore. And they're like, no, man. Or if we break this level away, it's new all time, we're going up and like blah blah blah. And I'm like, dude, if you've been holding XRP for a year plus, I'm like, if I was still holding my XRP, I'd be selling right now.
When
Like,
I came in here and told people to sell, when I came here and I drew big ass circles around those vectors that XRP left on the way up, we weren't even done putting the vector and the candle hadn't even closed. When I drew a big ass circle around that shit and that came on, and I was like, do I even have to tell you what you're supposed to do right now? People called me a hater. People said, oh, just, what was it? Somebody said,
Dude,
oh, just say you got left behind. It's like, bro.
Like, what is it about XRP that creates this like?
We did that.
Moon boy?
We did that. I try not to be too hard on XRP people because we did that. We relentlessly tortured them for the last 2 years. All right, we've completely. There's something snapped inside of them right now, and now that they got, you know, now that it's gone up a little bit, they're like, they feel like they need to get payback or whatever. So I don't blame them. It's like Cardano, the Cardano guys.
Ripple drops on my
Hey,
Ripple dumps on my head.
wait until ETH goes up. The ETH guys have been getting shitted on for 2 years. You wait until ETH goes up. You're gonna see some chest pounding.
Oh, I'm ready.
String's like, I'm gonna be one of them.
It was just such the lack of like consideration where I was like, dude, like, are you guys selling? Like, XRP is at $3.50. Are you guys selling? Like, is anyone selling? They literally said, nah, f that, we're going up. And like the top came in like
you can't do anything with that. A good trick that I like to use when you're talking to somebody that you feel is like that is ask them what their invalidation is. Be like, okay, given, let's say it does that. At what point are you wrong? What's your invalidation? Because
Found
9
it.
times out of 10, they'll tell you that there isn't one, and then you can just stop the conversation.
Yeah.
I've done
If
that.
once
I've
you
done
know that
too.
there's no
I'll be like,
invalidation, there's nothing that I can say, nothing I can do. Like, why are we even talking?
I've done that too, and people, I'm like, "What's your invalidation?" And they're like, "Oh, well, if it actually does, if it doesn't do that, if it comes down here, I'm gonna add more." I'm like, "Okay, so then are you gonna move your stop loss
That's
up?"
not an
And they're like, "Nah,
invalidation.
nah, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna
That's
do
an
that." And
escalation.
it's like,
I've
if you're
I've had
increasing
that
your
same
risk,
combo.
then why are you not moving your stop loss? Oh well, because
Yeah.
like it's not like basically what they say. They make a bunch of excuses, and then basically what they say is it's not invalidated until I'm back at below break even, and it's like, all right, well, congratulations, you played yourself.
Yeah.
I like
You just round trip the whole trade that you've been boasting about for 6 months.
Yeah.
It's a hard conversation to have. I've had that exact conversation with someone that was absolutely convinced, like there was nothing that could be said, don't even question it, that XRP was on its way to $1,000. And so I asked, like, in this move, okay, so what is like what would change your mind? Like what would be proving that that's not going to happen just yet? And instead of a rational response, I got like links to like TikTok videos and just
Yeah.
like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. The
no,
XRP guys always want you to watch something.
I like XRP.
Watch this video
No,
of
they
this
do.
guy
They always
explaining
want you to
how it
watch
can go to
something.
1,000
But I'm not
dollars.
shitting
It's
on XRP
completely
guys. To
bogus.
be fair, the
I
next
know.
time somebody comes in XRP and they're talking crazy,
Yeah,
just
crazy
just say,
That-
I just want you to tell them you're sorry. Just don't get mad. No, literally, just don't get mad. Just be like,
really
bro,
hated it.
I'm sorry I hurt you.
They thought Ethereum stole their position, so there was this awesome war between
Well, that's
XRP and
because
Ethereum.
Ripple sold them that story while they dumped on their heads for 2 years and kept the price at 50.
I just say, man, I'm just like, bless your heart. That's it. To the XRP guys.
Well, it is the second. What is it? Second highest volume traded asset right now in
No, I
crypto,
mean
right?
you know what the crazy part is that some of them, they make it hard for you to root for it, and it does look good, and I want it to do well. But if I have to constantly say negative things to balance the Uber Moonboy positive shit just to find a balance, then I never get to really root for it. I mean, I'm an XLM, so don't get me wrong. I need XRP to go up. My XLM bag depends on XRP doing well, so I'm not rooting against it. Just trying to bring a little bit of balance to the argument.
But if you replaced a lot of these token names with football teams, the conversation's the same
Yeah, same
during
thing.
football season.
Yeah. It's tribal, bro. A lot of the shit is tribal.
XRP,
I agree.
XRP own tech. It's got its own advantages. I mean, but so does Ethereum. You can both be right and wrong. You don't have to be right or wrong. It doesn't like opposite sides.
Yeah, and one doesn't take from the other.
Bitcoin, Team XRP,
Like
Team Ethereum.
Ethereum doesn't have to fail for XRP to do well. Like XRP doesn't have to fail for Ethereum to do well. It's just a silly argument.
Yeah, I agree.
It's already done well, but you know what's done better than all of them? Dogecoin.
Jasmine.
Everyone hates Dogecoin. Well, Jazzy too, but I mean, Jasmine was floored out.
The minute it turns cultish is when it turns me off, and I just okay, buddy.
Yeah.
The same people that were making fun of me, like about when XRP was doing nothing and Dogecoin was making moves. The same people that were into XRP were making fun of me for liking Doge, and I'm like, dude, Doge has way outperformed XRP this cycle. Like, it's
we can all agree
percentage-wise.
that fiat's trash.
Until
we're all supposed to be team crypto at the end of the day.
Exactly.
I mean, that's why when I see people in chat get all laughing at others when they lose money, and I'm like, come on, guys, you're in the same family. Don't be happy that somebody else lost money.
That's nasty, right? People will let you know if they consider you family or not by doing that. Just pay attention to those people.
We need to be happy that we took money from somebody we didn't know. Like,
yes, exactly.
Some guy that is trying to, like, some dude that like is like part of a hedge fund or something, and he's just, or like some Wall Street douchebag. We took their money.
It was
like,
pretty funny
not
when
trying to
CZ took SBF's money. That was
yeah. I mean, but we all kind of, all of our accounts went down after that. Let's be honest.
I don't care how bad I hate you. I don't want you to lose money. A lot of people who have shitty attitudes also have family to feed.
Yeah, not even my worst enemies, bro. I don't wish poverty or prison on them.
He stole a
Yeah,
lot of
I
people's
mean,
money. He put a
it's
lot of people in financial hardship. That guy.
like I had a talk with Mr. Graybeard at one point, and he was like, we were talking about Alex Becker, and Graybeard's like, I'm not into the whole pump and dump thing. If this guy is telling people to buy, and then he's just dumping on it, that's unethical. And I'm like, so wait, Graybeard, didn't you like buy Solana at like $8 or $9, and then you're selling it at like $50? I'm like, so when you sell, you're selling to somebody that's buying it. So I'm explaining to him, I'm like, you took money from somebody else. I'm like, it just, hopefully it wasn't somebody that you knew. And he's
I don't
like,
look at it like that.
I,
I don't look at it like that. I look at it like, and to be fair, this is just a me thing. But if y'all notice, sometimes my targets seem to be slightly underneath my measured moves. It's for liquidity issues. It's to not catch slippage and to be able to get out of my position. But I do leave a little bit of meat on the bone. I don't know if that's just me lying to myself, so I feel better about the whole thing. But the way I look at it is somebody sat at their computer and said, this asset looks like a good deal at this price. And all I did was facilitate the other side of that transaction. You know, that's the decision they made. They were happy to do it.
wanted to buy it.
They were happy to do it.
Buy it, and you were like, okay, I'll
Look,
sell
if they're
it.
not going to buy it from me, they're going to buy it from somebody else. Now I sound like a drug dealer. I didn't give them their first rock. They were already addicted. They're going to buy it from somebody anyways.
At least
A
give them
trade's
some
a trade.
quality stuff.
The trade's a trade, but SBF was trying to crush decentralization and trying to centralize it. The guy was a complete scumbag. Like what CZ did was hilarious.
Come on,
Like,
man. I got compared to SBF today. Don't do that. Now I feel even worse.
you are not SBF, man. That guy, I got moral issues with
Oh
what
my
he was
god,
trying
bro!
to do.
Can you imagine what you could have done? Can you imagine? Okay, it's not even about being like good, because yeah, obviously he could have done a lot of good. But just can you imagine the business that he could have built if he just did it right? Like he already got away with the whole kimchi trade with Bitcoin and made his bag, and he had all the connections to properly run a legitimate exchange that would have probably fed his family for the next, 5 generations or whatever. And you screw it up. Like, why? I don't get it. There's so much money. Why scam?
Get a real job. So smart.
I don't get it. It was like a long con, but he actually turned into an exchange that was functional and had. It's like at that point, maybe you should stop the con and concentrate on the exchange. That's like when you have a front, right? Somebody has a company that's a front to cover some sort of other money, and now all of a sudden the front's making you more money than whatever you were doing illegal. Like you should probably concentrate. You built a successful business unintentionally. You should probably focus on that.
He was very intentional in what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was trying to do to Dexers. He was trying to put everyone in America through a centralized portal so they could shut it down.
Yeah.
And you guys could do Dex trading through their centralized portal, essentially reducing decentralized computing to a centralized network. He
was going to kill DeFi. Yeah. He was going to kill DeFi.
He's very smart. Scam, bank run, fraud.
What's going on, Mike? Yeah, he tried it, bro.
It's almost like he did it when he knew the mods would be away. It was weird. It was perfect timing.
Let's be real, buddy. Probably been in the chat for months.
Yeah. Yep.
I hope it made his TA better.
Dude, he probably had like just an entire laptop dedicated to that chat. That's the Dbloc YouTube chat laptop.
Where is... I'll be right back. Hold on. I left my drink in the fridge.
All right.
You could chalk it up to a form of flattery, right?
Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, yeah, Santa, we did. I was surprised he got away with so much.
Oh, he should forever be known as lame.
All right, I'm back.
Dbloc, do you know anything about Case X?
Case X?
KCEX, the exchange.
No, I'm guessing it's Korean.
Probably.
Those
Apparently, it's
dudes
just
over
like
there
it's
spit out exchanges like they're going out of style, bro. There's so many Korean exchanges, South Korean
yeah.
exchanges.
Apparently, it's supposed to be just like Mexi and KuCoin.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
almost like a.
It's kind of what they do is like they get the next one ready for when the next one's gonna get banned in the U.S. and then they just roll out the next one.
Yeah,
Probably the same people behind all of them, I would imagine.
I'm sure. But the ones that are similar to those that like are supposed to be more legit, or they don't end up making it for some reason. Like there's that one that Jason Casper tried to put out called Antarctic, and I hadn't heard anything about it for a while. And it's supposed to be like a DEX, but you can do leverage on it. And it's supposed to be just like Mexi, but I don't know if they ever like came up, but like started going up and running. They were in like a beta phase or something.
Mexi was
And
licensed by Bybit software or something. So they had like an old version of Bybit code.
yeah, but Bybit is like, I don't think that's Korean. I think that was somewhere else. Wasn't that somewhere in Europe?
Oh yeah, they're not Korean. But the code, the software on Mexi was the old version of Bybit code, so there was some licensing agreement that had happened there.
Yeah,
From my
Mexi was also, they rebranded. Before there were Mexi, there was something else. And I forget what the name was of the exchange before they became Mexi. But they just changed their name like a couple of years ago.
We've had just in the last 2 years with Mexi, KuCoin, WeX. What was the other one that was like KuCoin? It was before KuCoin. Dum.
OKX or CoinX.
I can't remember the name. We've had like 4 or 5 of these things, bro. It's like they kind of run on a.
Crypto.com.
Nah, Crypto.com is at least an actual centralized exchange. The only difference is that they don't have. See, they need their web top exchange, their web page exchange in the U.S. They don't have a desktop. In the rest of the world, you can trade on desktop like a regular exchange, right? Actually, really good. The UI is super slick. Somebody in here was saying that they use Crypto.com desktop, but they weren't allowed in the US yet. They're supposed to be pushing it. Nah, you're stuck on the damn app in US. It sucks.
Singapore, you'll get arrested for spitting chewing gum on the ground, man. They're pretty strict over there, and Australia does a lot of business with Singapore. Mex was sitting in there.
Oh.
I only have confidence with it.
You know what? I think I know what you're thinking of.
You can download Crypto.com by way. If you've got a Chromebook, you can download Crypto.com onto your Chromebook, and it's a better experience.
Dbloc, was it BingX that you're thinking of?
There was BingX, but BingX didn't stop. Did BingX start KYCing people?
Yeah, we got.
It's the one where you used to be able to slide the line, and it would be like ping, ping. Right? Was that the one? You could slide your line in real time. I remember we'd be down in the basement, and you would just hear ping, and you're like, "Yo, who moved their stop loss?"
It made a sound, yeah. But the Femex makes a sound too. But
Yeah,
it sounds like
yeah.
it's ripping paper when you get stopped out, and it's like,
Bro, that used to be hilarious. I'd be giving TA, and then like I'd start to get to like the bearish part of the TA, and you'd just start hearing ding, 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 ding. I'm like, bro, let me stop moving your damn stop losses.
To be fair, most desktop apps are actually web apps. They're just wrapped these days.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what the difference is. Crypto.com has been very, very specific to not step on any toes in the US. Like, they've always stayed sort of away, like, instead of being right up on the line, they gave the line some room. When all of that stuff happened with the exchanges, with FTX, and people started worrying about the exchanges balance sheets, like people were showing their holdings, but they weren't showing their liabilities. Like they'd show their assets, but they weren't showing their liabilities. So like you could have $2 billion worth of Bitcoin in your pocket, but if you owe $3 billion, that's a problem, and people needed to know that. Crypto.com were the first ones to release their entire shit, all their assets, all their liabilities, before they were even asked to. Like they try to really ride that line.
But then you found out that like 30% of their reserves was in Shiba.
Yeah, SHIB went crazy when it was over there. Mm-hmm. The thing is, you get a little bit of SHIB to post. You gotta just think of it like this: you're an exchange, right? So you receive a token amount to list the token, right? That's how it works. They get paid in the token, and then it does a SHIB. Like how SHIB did a SHIB, right? And now all of a sudden this shitcoin is now your biggest position. You're like, wait a minute. There needs to be some rebalancing that happens here. Somebody needed to step in and rebalance that shit a little bit sooner than they did.
I don't think SHIB's ever gonna do that again, though.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. Like you were supposed to take that when it happened.
Their .com is kind of on a platform of legitimacy, crypto.com. I mean, 'cause the name's like, well, where do I get crypto? Go to crypto.com.
Yeah. The sponsorships are always top tier. They've got their name on stadiums and but so did FTX. My big plan was in the middle of the last bear market? Buy a shit ton of crypto.com and buy a shit ton of FTX and run them against each other, because the way they were running, I thought they were just going to spend billions of dollars trying to outdo each other for the next. Imagine if I would have done that and FTX collapses. But it just goes to show you got to be able to pivot. You got to be able to pivot, man.
Crypto.com though, I have a ton of Crow.
Crow's good. I still got Crow locked up in a card, yeah.
When there was all that stuff going down, you remember how after like Celsius and Voyager, everyone was like, "Oh, get your stuff off exchanges." Like they're going in, like this exchange is going insolvent, and like Gemini was insolvent, and then like all kinds of like other things were happening, and everyone was like, "Crypto.com's next. Like get all your funds off of Crypto.com." And they were like, "If you stay, we'll give you $1,000 worth of blah 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 or something." It was like, we'll give you $1,000 worth of ETH or something. Like they had some sort of incentive for like if you didn't withdraw your money, that they gave you a reward. Which I don't know if they actually ended up paying it out, but
yeah,
still, it was like that. Nothing ever happened. even with a bunch of people pulling out all their money, nothing ever happened at crypto.com. Like they stuck around. They never went insolvent. They never had liquidity issues.
Yeah,
Even if
Brick.
they were, the name's still worth something.
We got some competing patterns right here, right? So this bear flag is the one that we're trying to avoid if you're bullish. And we've been building this shit all day. But for the first time in the pattern, we've got a good W to sort of work from. Our invalidation for that W is right there, which would also be, at that point, you already broke the flag, right? So the real invalidation we're looking for is if we get down to the bottom of this range and break. If we do, we'll probably sweep this liquidity more than likely.
Yeah,
Is
I
that
was
a
thinking maybe 82K would probably be a good target.
Well,
on the
okay, so I have to be specific here because I do think that, remember, we're in this bull flag that we just broke out of, right, through this whole. The retest would be down here. So there is still a chance that even if that breaks, we get all of these 100Xs and then take the retest and go. So I'm not, I don't want you to be married to the idea of getting the complete drop. Just be aware if you decide to short this thing that at about 83.3, you're going to have to start paying attention to that trade because it could go the other way on you. After that, you're good.
Yeah.
If that breaks, you probably clear the rest of this liquidity down to the half point of the old flag with no problem.
Well, I'm
after
not
the
shorting Bitcoin, but go ahead, Neo.
after the 3 rises up, is that a M on the 15 or 30 minute?
On the 15-minute, you said?
Yeah, on the 15 or 30 minute. Would you consider that an M?
Up here?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's run it as if we're not already seeing the pattern, and I'll show you why I ended up calling it the way I called it. So you had your M here, and let me just rewind for a second because it's a good time to explain. So remember our market maker pattern, right? So you had your W, then you had your rise, retrace 1, rise, retrace 2, rise, retrace 3, and then you look for your M pattern, right? So we put in the M pattern, which was here. But then look at what happened. So the baseline of your M pattern would have been right here, would have been right there, and your invalidation for that M pattern would have been up here. So we did have an M, excuse me, the measured move. Measured move, give or take, would have been a little bit lower than what we got, right? Tiny little bit lower than what we got. But it being invalidated made this bear flag inside of it the strongest pattern, right? So that's why I erred on the side of the measured move of the bear flag instead of the M pattern. And we got it almost to the pixel. Well, actually to the pixel, not to like toot my own horn or anything. So yeah, there was an M pattern there. It was invalidated. Even if you would have called the M pattern and not invalidated there because it was a wick, you would have just missed your measured move by a little bit. You wouldn't have missed it by that much, right? You would have missed it by like $100 or something. But you would have still caught the meat of the move. But it's important to pay attention to those invalidations.
That was the Trump little hype for the him speaking on Blockworks Live earlier today.
This move?
Yeah.
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 Neo, you asked before about the retrace after the M. What really made me understand was each one of those rise and retraces can actually be a W and 3 rise and retraces and an M. So the retrace on a rise can be done with a fib between your W and your M. It's like a fractal. So you can, that whole pattern can just be a rise and as of a bigger, as I understand it. I don't know if I explained that well.
And then Dbloc, the W usually follows this M for the market maker pattern.
Well, yeah, so the way, let me find a dark spot here. Your market maker pattern basically goes weekend trap, false move. It gives you a W, rise 1, rise 2, rise 3, M pattern, drop 1, drop 2, drop 3, back to the weekend trap. Now, if you just don't even worry about the weekend trap and just look at the base of the actual, pattern. Rise 1, and I'll draw it perfect, right? This is a perfect market maker pattern, so you can recognize it when you see it. Rise 1 comes up and retests the top of the W. Rise 2 pops up and retests the top of 1. Rise 3 pops up, retests the top of 2. And then you get an M pattern. And then drop 1, retest the bottom of the M. Drop 2, retest the bottom of 1. Drop 3, retest the bottom of 2. W pattern. That's a full cycle.
Got it.
And then if we
Okay.
get a bear flag after that, then we're toast.
Yeah. Now there can be. This is why you guys got to stick around, because there's different variations of this, and it's not until we start getting into them that. But this would be your perfect one, which is your one. Let's call that number 1. Now you can get W, rise 1, rise 2, rise 3, consolidation, W, rise 1, rise 2. That can happen, right? These are consolidation points where the market maker pattern breaks and market maker decides to reset the pattern at a higher level. Okay, so this would be like that would be like a type 2.
When type 2 plays out, is it more common to happen till right at the end of the week or Wednesday?
No. So these patterns don't have they don't really happen. That's why I took off the weekend trap, because you can see this pattern on 5-minute charts sometimes. Right? It doesn't even have to last the whole day. Like the one that we're looking at here, I guess did, but if we can go to, let me see, now I'm gonna
Sometimes it's like
let me go to the 1 minute. I'll show you what I mean. It's just the natural movement of price when it goes through expansion and then sort of redistribution, right?
Yeah, sometimes there's sort of like a major markup and then a major markdown.
Yeah.
Or like if otherwise the price wouldn't do anything, it would just go sideways. So sometimes they'll try to mark it up higher, or they'll try to mark it down lower if there's more money down lower, depending on the situation.
So look here, right? You've got a final damage W, right, which is a W that goes down lower than the first wick to clear whatever liquidity was built underneath that. Then you got your rise 1 retrace, rise 2 retrace, rise 3 retrace, M pattern, and you're in your drop 1 rise. See? So if market maker pattern is going to continue, then you would expect to get 3 more drops, or you would expect to get an area of consolidation where the market maker resets the pattern at. And that's all within what is a large W. Right? And this whole thing will probably be at the bottom of a larger market maker pattern on the 15-minute. Right? So if we scroll back even more, W, rise 1 retrace, rise 2 retrace, rise 3 retrace, M pattern, Trump tweet, drop 1 consolidation. You know, it's just keeps playing itself. So what we saw here was what we were talking about. So you're at the drop on this one, but it could be consolidating to reset the pattern because we have a fresh W.
Got it.
Connor with the 20 gifties. Appreciate you, bro. W mod.
Within this pattern, where's your favorite place to get your entry and get out?
W, baby. From the W to the M.
And reposition at the rise retraces and leverage more. I mean, buy more spot.
Yeah, you could add to your position. You could. There's plenty of options.
When I was aggressively going up, yeah, I'll move my stop loss up to those. Like you find your support. You can play each rise retrace, and then get out on the M.
Appreciate you, Connor.
How do you get a gifty?
20 gifties.
Does it just go to random people, or do you have to like click on something?
It goes to whoever's in the chat that doesn't have, that's not a member, but you have to opt in. Like if you go to your settings, I think you have to turn your gifts on.
Yeah, you have to do that. I had to do that.
So what we're hoping now is that there is going to be a reset to the pattern. Right, so we've got our W. We're waiting for the breakout. Our first move up would be our rise. This could be a rise retrace here, but you have to let them sort of play out. That part of it is really subjective. Anybody who sort of watches the pattern, you'll see them depending on the time frame, depending on the... But it's just a natural sort of price movement, natural sort of price action.
And this is called the market maker pattern, or?
I mean, that's what I call it, right? Because when market maker's in control, you see it really clearly, right? When there's nothing stopping it. But at the end of the day, like I said, it's the invisible hand of the market, right? It's the way that liquidity provider works. So instead of the way I said it, think of it like this: Wyckoff accumulation, distribution, Wyckoff, expansion, then Wyckoff distribution, and then back into Wyckoff accumulation. But all we're really seeing is what we know. Market maker puts in money here, which means he has short trades here, and then he pays himself. And then you start the party all over again.
You might not get all the numbers out of it, but you know the market maker is playing the game. You know he's there. It's like the vectors. You know he's there.
It's the reason why I pay attention to W's. You know, and
Good
yeah,
morning,
sometimes
brother.
what's going on, brother? Sometimes you got to babysit them, but you'll get a little bit better at knowing sort of which ones to pay attention to and which ones don't matter.
For this pattern, is there
Does
a
it make that noise every time there's somebody gets a gift?
Yeah. So there's 20 of them. It just goes crazy for like 5 minutes. It's great.
Is there a part of this pattern that's more common to have more volatility in it?
Yeah, for reasons that we've talked about before, right? So like, just ignore the rest of this pattern and just look at the W. The W, the breakout, and the retest. Right, so we've already talked about how traders will come in here. Traders who wait for a higher low will come in there. Breakout traders will come out as soon as you break this top. And the biggest amount of traders that are on the sideline are your super safe ones. And if they decide to play the game, this is when the volatility tends to pick up. Right? When they get that retest, then they have the security that the pattern played out and it's at the retest. You got your Livermore pivot. But the goal is obviously to be in as early as you can with good risk sort of management.
And where do you usually come in at the very beginning?
Yeah, I play all 5. It's important to remember those 5 trades. Just think of them as 5 people that you're trading against. Right? The degen, the I guess I would say the patient guy, the breakout trader, so the FOMOer, and the conservative guy. Right? Those, and then I forgot to leave out our favorite guy. But for that, we've got to bring this all the way up. Favorite guy is this guy. The fallen knife guy. This guy's been in the trade before all of y'all, but he's underwater by the time you get in. He's been hitting this thing the whole way down. This guy here at least waits for a support to get hit, waits for stopping volume candle, waits for, you know, there's different levels of degeneracy, I guess you could say. And then, the one we really love, right, is the one that waits till we're here and then goes all in.
Don't forget the one that after the first markdown where they come in there.
So once you get used to sort of knowing where you are in the trade, right? How many committed traders you have? Are you in the trade alone? Or, you know what I mean? Is there gas behind it? And understanding the difference between price movement and price action.
What's the difference between those two things?
The difference is like betting everything on a pattern just because it's a pattern when there's no volume. There's no price action, right? The book is flat. There's not a lot of volume. There's nothing going on, but you've got a pattern. You know, you don't go all in on these just because it's a W, right? It's good price movement, but it's horrible price action. Right? There is no price action. So that's kind of what you wait for, right? You wait for the price action to kick in. I remember back in the day when somebody was talking, somebody would just be like, price action. And everybody would just shut up.
Yeah, you got to yield all conversation to price action.
Like price action would
what is
be
really
this
happening?
tape lighting up right now with aggressive buyers, or volume candle that just comes out of nowhere, or you know what I mean?
I mean, even if it was even if something was dumping, like you could just be like price action, like this shit's dumping, right? And Bitcoin's dumping, you know, like so just so everyone would like wait, like snap out of it, look at the chart for a second. Everyone focus on their chart for a minute.
Yeah.
There would be like this weird, like awkward silence afterwards too. Sometimes.
I guess the difference for me to try to like quantify what you're saying, because I've never really had to. Mean reversion, I consider natural movement. Right? Price coming in and out of the mean and reverting to the mean and coming back to test the mean, that's natural movement. At this point right here, you had price action. Right? Held support on the mean and pushed away. That's price action. This is price movement. This is natural price movement. To and away, price action. Move back up is natural price movement because of the price action. Right? All of this so far has just been price movement. Just flowing in and out. Just think of it as like the natural, it's the natural flow of, you know, sometimes I wish that EMAs were straight. Like I wish that EMAs were linear because it'd be easier to explain to people. If the 50 EMA, like if the 50 EMA was like that, then I think it'd be easier for people to understand that price literally just does this.
Well, you can't see the curl up, but you can just look at the current EMA. Like on my phone, I'll see the 3 EMA, the numbers, and you can just see them closing up. But that's kind of linear. But when you look at the chart, you'll see the curl up.
Yeah. So like just imagine your 50 EMA as a straight line like that. Just imagine it as a straight line. Imagine it doesn't move at all. And price
It's actually like that.
comes in it and over it, and in it and over it, in it and over it. And these are your mean reversions. Right? These are what we play. The reversion to the mean. That's the bread and butter daily play when there's no price action. Just the natural movement of things.
Got it.
So anyway, Dbloc,
Being
there is. Oh, somebody was gonna say something.
I'll just finish with that. Being straight lines is good because then you can line it up with all your horizontal supports. That's the key to that one. But yeah, thanks Dbloc.
Yeah.
Thanks Neo for your question.
Fib levels too are good. But yeah, Dbloc, there's actually a very large bear flag forming on Sui. If you want to take a look at it. If you go out to the 4-hour, you'll see it.
Danger.
Yeah, we might actually get that 140, 150 if that thing does fall through.
Man, we were dancing on this spider line so beautifully, man. I had such high hopes. But knew as soon as we came down in there, that was going to be an issue. Yeah, I see the flag. I mean, it's on a bunch of different assets too. It's not just Sui.
It had an ascending triangle that it had a false like it looks like it had a false breakout and then fell back into it. It's back down at the bottom now, so that's why I feel like it's looking more like a bear flag now than it was
Yeah.
before.
I mean, the good thing is the pole isn't crazy on it, at least. If it does break out. I mean, if it does break down.
Yeah, I'd say like 140, 150 range, which would make sense.
That's the structure. This is where you can't break, right? We run into serious problems on Sui if you break that structure.
Yeah, I would prefer not to go down there.
Yeah, I don't
like,
even want to tempt fate.
Like your dream buy.
Don't. Oh, I would. Yeah. I'm throwing the house out of down there. Yep. Even if it breaks.
Not you too, Dbloc. Not another Sui fan.
I like Sui, man. I think Sui is Solana last year or last season.
Cool. I know nothing about Sui. I'm trolling. Absolutely nothing.
It's gonna be
fast, cheap. None of the negative sort of stigma that Solana has on it right now.
Okay,
that would be a 0.5 retracement. We're at 382 right now. That would be a 0.5.
It reminds me of Solana in early 2021 when everyone kept saying Solana, and I had no idea what it is. And then
that's exactly the time frame I'm talking about. Yeah. So I'm really just trying to bubble up some Sui money to compound down at the next bear market for the real Solana year that I expect Sui to have. Like the year that Solana had this year is what I expect from Sui during the next bear market.
Solana had a nice November, I think. Had a good night.
I'm doing it for like the DEX play. You know what I mean? Because you think they're gonna build a bunch of stuff that like
Cetus is good.
So like do you think they're gonna build meme coins on Sui?
They'll have everything they have on they'll have everything they have on ETH. If you believe in Sui right now, you should be in there looking for the DEXs, you should be looking for the lending and borrowing platforms. Go to ETH, look at every successful project ETH has ever had, and go find its counterpart in Sui. If you really, really believe in that's where the money's gonna be made. And it's usually the first mover advantage in each section. Right? So whoever their first lending and borrowing platform is probably doing better than the other ones. Because it's still early on in the career. So it makes it easy to decide which one to get into. They tried meme coins for a while. And then it actually affected the Sol meme coin market because all the degens went over to Sui, where all the Sui people had no idea what was in store for them. Right? Because they hadn't been in the trenches. So now all of these degens just flooded into Sui and they were rugging shit left and right, bro.
Damn.
And now Phantom has Sui integration.
Yeah. I was excited about that.
Yeah. Degens unite.
all I did was just buy more Sui. I'm like, yep, this is gonna be going on to Phantom pretty soon.
Yeah, Cetus. I like deep too.
Or Cetus. Like, cause I don't know. I could go through Cetus. I just want to see what kind of coins come because I'm expecting a bunch of coins to start popping up on Sui.
Yeah.
So, but it'd be good. Like, if I knew what was gonna happen to meme coins before Solana blew up, I would have just bought a ton of Solana at like $8, $10, $20, $50. You know, like I would have bought a ton. I didn't really start stacking up on it until like about 50.
I bought after the conference. Once they announced the Dreamcatcher and the million TPS and all that, I was like, oh, they're bugging over here.
Yeah.
Mattis, April is
like 40.
Mattis, April is when April 1st is when they're gonna stop the runoff on QT, or at least balance it out, right? So that's when the money will kind of start flowing into risk assets. I would like to see alts catch a bid at that point. Even if they don't go parabolic, I want to see them start to make some distance from their bottoms. But for right now, we're in like tight stop territory, right? We got to protect our capital. We swung at bottoms that so far have been holding, but they're not guaranteed. So just make sure that you're playing it safe. We're not at the point where we can take our eye off the road yet. We can't
You're
go.
still a bunch of tariffs.
Well, yeah, we can't go autopilot just yet here.
Big tariffs, big tariffs.
Yeah, my guess is it might be kind of like what it was like last summer, where we had that big drop and then we just went sideways for a couple months, and then we ripped into the next, like sort of like double top phase for the altcoins.
Yeah.
And then, you know, but that like maybe we break through this next time. You know what I mean? I just think there's going to be like, once we finally start to get off of the lows, there'll probably be a bit of sideways and reaccumulation before we actually start blasting off.
Yeah. Connor is $50, one-time fee. Matt is just play it safe, bro. Yeah, especially if you're playing with money that you can't really afford to lose. Just play it safe. I don't think that we're in any. Let's just put it like this. I don't think we're in any danger of getting left behind in any sort of significant way. So that sort of stress of, oh, if I don't get in, I'm gonna get left. You know, they just told us it's gonna be slower for longer, right? Rates are gonna be higher for longer. QT is gonna be slower for longer. I think we go up. It doesn't mean that. I just don't think we break all-time highs until all of that gets settled, right? But we're down low already on a lot of these alts. There's no reason why they can't 20%, 25%, and then start consolidating again. So it's not necessarily that we're not going to pump, right? We just don't know if we're done with these. Yeah, we just don't know if we're done with these bottoms yet. But alts could easily do 20% and then start to consolidate at a higher level. He said that'll play for the airplane tickets. I feel you. It's fun trading like that sometimes, right? It's not really money that you can't afford to lose, but it's money that has a goal for it, right? Like whether you start a bag to buy yourself a car, or you start a bag to go on a trip with the fam. That's fun. You tend to treat that money a little different too. I've noticed the psychology of trading those bags are different.
It's the same as me, man. My airplane money, I'm going to put it in for a bigger airplane trip. Just it's not serious. I want an airplane trip.
Hey Dbloc, what in your opinion, what's the difference between an amazing TA person versus an amazing trader?
Action. Can you press the trigger when it's time? Do you trust your own TA? Confidence is the main thing, right? I know some people that are really good at TA. I know people that are really good at TA, and here they do not listen to their own TA.
You have the discipline to follow your plan, whether it goes like the way you expect it or the way you don't. Like, do you have a plan B for if you're wrong?
I won't say anybody's name, but I know people in here that have had very, very good calls, like brought very, very esoteric coins out of the dust that I'd never even heard of that eventually did 3, 4, 5, 6 X's. But it's having the confidence in that to actually pull the trigger on it. You know what I mean? Is a big difference. Or you can draw your patterns and all that, but if you don't have the confidence to play them, then you could be great at TA and not be a good trader.
You also need the emotional resilience to stay.
Yeah, I'd say my TA is really good, but I'm not as good of a trader as I am at doing TA.
Yeah, he didn't want to say your name. I'm thinking.
No, I don't think it's me that he's talking about, but it's like, I will admit it. Like, I'm not like people have actually asked me that question before. They're like, so what would you say, like, out of like 10 out of 10, like, would you? I'm like, I think my TA is like pretty good, but like as a trader, like I'm really not that great. Like I'm like mediocre.
Psychology comes last, man. Getting your psychology in check is literally one of the last skills that you really, really sharpen up. Because as soon as you're done, you've learned every TA strategy that you can learn. You're just now in the sort of phase where you're watching charts play out, and you're making a mental Rolodex in your mind of chart patterns. But yeah, you might not be to the point where you completely trust your skills. You know what I mean? Or you've got the psychology part of it sort of wrapped up.
There's some trades that I don't take, and I'm like, oh wow, I really should have taken that trade. And then there's some trades that I do take, and I'm like, well, wait, why did I even take that?
It's true what Aeon just said too. She said there's good TA but bad risk management too. A lot of that comes with ego.
Oh, yeah.
Ego will make you sort of not worry about your risk management. Like, I can't be wrong. I see it on the chart. Look, it's obvious. It's going here. I'm like, okay. You've obviously never been trading long enough to see perfect patterns completely destroyed. Because
that was my first loss.
I have got plenty of experience in my Rolodex of perfect patterns that just did not work out. Now, as long as you know why they didn't work out, that's not a problem. What you don't want to have is a big Rolodex full of patterns that didn't work out and you have no idea what happened.
You need your house in order and your emotions in order before you can trade.
Yeah, that's for sure. Before you can even do TA, bro, I can't be stressed out. And if I'm preoccupied, I can't really do TA properly. Stressed out and shit. A bit of it is therapy, though. Like, you zone out.
If you're spending someone else's money, their future, you don't have your house in check.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure.
Like if you've got debt you can't cover and you're doing spot trading, you're actually leverage trading. So
Yeah. Slime, Marcy, Jasmine, and Casper are both at good prices right now. The problem is that they're both on my list of coins I'm not buying until dominance shows a little bit of weakness. Because both of those are on the list that if Bitcoin goes down, 5%, they're going to go down 10. So I'm being a little safer on my entries. I might give up something off the bottom. Jasmine is really good for that. Jasmine's good for just giving you a 15% candle that it never comes back to. But I'm willing to take that risk just for a little bit of security right now. Things are still too up in the air. Mind you, I'm saying that sitting where I'm at after already making a ton of money on Jasmine, right? So
that's pretty good on the weekly chart, man.
Yeah, that might not apply for everybody, but I don't need to catch the very bottom to end up doing well at the end of this. So it's a risk that I don't really have to take.
Hey, Dbloc, what was your biggest breakthrough when it came to trading, when you became profitable consistently?
Damn, that's a good question. I don't know. There's been a lot, bro. It's been, it's really never ending. You guys know what that feels like, right? Like I say something or somebody says something that just makes something click. Yeah, there's been many times where I've been like at a plateau, and then I'll meet somebody, or I'll get into a trade that teaches me a lesson that just makes something click. Like, oh,
It's iterative and incremental success. And anyone that tells you anything different, like you can get this big win and luck, but success is
no. The
iterative.
big wins are cool, but that feeling fades. The dopamine you get from that big win fades. What lasts is when you get to the point that you are comfortable with the fact that you can replicate that trade. Right? You have the skills to do it again. And some of that, unfortunately, if anybody could find a better way to get to that point, tell me. But the way I got to it was losing everything. Coming from nothing, making everything, losing everything, making it back, losing it again, making it back. On the like second or third trip of making it back, you're like, I do this. You know what I mean? Like that confidence with knowing that I've got a set of rules that I know if I just stick to them, I can recreate these results.
Yeah, some of the best lessons I ever had. That's a megaphone, by the way. Some of the best lessons I've ever learned from trading were from my biggest losers. Like when I did lose like a whole account like that I was working on for a while, and I made a stupid mistake and like lost the whole account. Was like, oh man, I'm never doing that again. You know what I mean? Like I can't ever allow myself to do that again. Best lessons I ever learned was from the biggest losses I ever took.
All right, well, Jasmine fans,
You see
if
that
you
big
want
old
something to
megaphone?
Moonboy on, if you want something to Moonboy on, we caught in the last possible point that we could have possibly caught before going down into our vectors. Right, which is that a tiny bit of support that we had there. And we've got our stopping volume candle, got our confirmation candles. We know how this works, right? W creation. We're waiting for our lower low to be able to drop our trend line, right? Still don't have, we could drop it here, but that's not, we're waiting for a higher low, sorry, to be able to drop our trend line. Price can't come underneath the body of that stopping volume candle or it's invalidated. And you do not want to come back down underneath this line because there's absolutely nothing underneath us. So this white line is your support. This yellow line would be your caution. And your green light, your bullish trigger, would be getting above 14.6.
That's what I like to see, Dbloc. Jasper was one of those things when we were down there and you were pointing it out at the low points. It was when things were really clicking in my head. Jasper was one of my best entries, best things to do. And it was when it made a lot of sense.
At least somebody listened. I was going nuts chilling Jasmine at the bottoms. I broke character and everything, bro. I was like, look, I know I don't usually do this, but you really need to buy this shit. This shit is super cheap. And we're at rock bottom, and we just got a sweep of those bottoms.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, this would be the setup on the daily for Jasmine, right? You want to come down and you want to put in a higher low to build out here. You don't want to come down underneath your yellow. That's your caution. Red light is 11. You don't want to be underneath there at all. And then your green light would be 14.6.
Yeah, that was like right where I originally entered before the last big rip. But I had taken profit on that trade months and months ago.
We always talk about knowing when to ignore and when to not ignore TA. This is one of my proudest moments right here. This big head and shoulders right here. And everybody and their mother had this drawn out. I'm going to tell you, it wasn't easy because it wasn't easy for me to quantify why I was ignoring this. Because it literally does bring us down through all of our vectors to test the support, the resistance that we made before. But I had just seen them do this shit. They literally just played that same shit. They gave us our head and shoulders, made everybody think it was going back down to range lows to clear those vectors, and they sent it. So something about that stuck to me. And that made me ignore these vectors. That made me ignore the head and shoulders. And boy, am I glad I did. Got a nice last little squeeze out of that. I don't even know how much that was. Oh, 3.5x. But yeah, we're down underneath that support, right? This is the structure that you really didn't want to break, or that I didn't want to break. Excuse me on Jasmine. But, you know, lower prices means more Jasmine, I guess. If you have conviction.
Sometimes it does just sweep the range low and then to liquidate people, but like it didn't pop back up immediately.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem, you know, because you would assume obviously down here, you have nothing but, you know, long positions because of all of this accumulation, right? So you would assume that you come down. You would assume that you come down and sweep that. But you're right. The reaction doesn't make you feel all warm and fuzzy inside.
Don't tell anyone about Jasmine. Please, not for another couple of weeks.
All right, we'll stop talking about it again.
It's banned. Like, I'm going to get me some Jasmine at some point.
Only because Grok told you to.
Yeah. And Dbloc. Grok and my two best friends.
Yeah, I'm familiar with XCN. I mean, they have a lot of. I got to see what their supply looks like, bro, because that was a highly like VC pumped coin. It went absolutely crazy. So I'd really want to. I want to look at the supply, and I want to see what their vesting schedule looks like. Before I can make a decision on that. If you remind me tomorrow, I'll do a deep dive on XCN because it's gonna take more than it's gonna take. I'm really gonna have to dig to give you a proper response for that one. XCN was doing amazing things while everything else was going to shit, bro.
Yeah, I never got my hands on it.
My don't chase rule strikes again.
Hey, for your rules, Dbloc, I know some people will like print them and they'll laminate them and have them in front of them. Do you do that or have like a specific set of rules when it comes to trading?
Brother, they are burned into my medulla oblongata. They're not going anywhere. My rules have been cemented through PTSD and but for new people I wouldn't. Yeah, for new people I wouldn't that's not a bad idea. Right? And it's not really only just rules, but it's important to write down your edges. Right? If you're trading without an edge, you're gambling. But every time you find an edge, right? Every time you're like, and I know you write everything down. I'm pretty sure I can tell by your personality that you probably got a pen and paper next to you right now. But you have to write down those edges, right? You have to write down because those are your tools. You're filling your toolbox. But you will forget about certain tools. You get excited, you'll move on to something else, But if you don't have them in front of you, you can kind of forget some of the lessons that you learned. That's why journals are important. That's probably the most important thing in trading that I don't do is to journal. I'm not proud of it either. I should still be journaling. I'll be honest with you.
Get a software journal and get it to send you notifications.
It's a good habit, bro. It's a good habit. You don't notice a lot of things about yourself and your psychology until you go back and you look at it. Right? Like you might go back and look and be like, okay, you know, my win percentage is 15%, negative 15% every time I get in a fight with my girl. Or if I sleep less than 8 hours, you know, my first 7 trades of the day are negative. There's little things like that you'll never notice until you write it down, do it for a while, and then go back and look and read it.
Yeah, I never
like me, I don't trade until I had my coffee. One of the things that I noticed in my journal is pre-coffee trades were inferior to post-coffee trades.
I had to, and I found the Apple Journal, and it notifies me like on a Wednesday and a Sunday to journal. I've never liked journaling ever. in the last 6 months. I had to, so it's kind of cool.
It's a good idea, man.
I'm sure there's one on Android and stuff.
All right, so Rune, unlike Jasmine and unlike some of the others, hasn't come all the way back down to its macro support yet. Not saying that it has to, right? We had a decent breakout. It looked like it was going to hold for a while, but this last bit of shenanigans that we had here really kind of killed this. Technically, we have a higher low. I give higher lows less strength if there's body closes underneath. Right? This is still a lower low. But if you look at bodies, but you do have a bit of a bullish channel forming here. Give me 1 second. Yo, what is the shortcut to erase? Somebody bless me real quick.
Click on the thing and then hit delete on your keyboard.
That is not a shortcut, bro. That's 2 clicks.
Backspace?
Aren't most shortcuts 2 clicks anyway? If you click on it and hit the delete on your keyboard, it's a lot quicker than having to move your mouse back to the thing.
You can hold shift and use your arrow to highlight and then control X, so you still keep it in clipboard.
No, there's gotta be.
I usually just spam undo with Control Z.
Oh, well, yeah, there you go. That's probably, let me see. We'll test it out. Oh, you're my freaking hero for the next 13 minutes, bro. I appreciate you.
I'm bad, dude.
Do this shit for fun right now.
I appreciate the education. Thank you.
Yeah, man. That's gonna save me some time. You know how many times I've been here explaining vector gaps? And I've been like, yeah, well, so for every vector gap, the market maker leaves, and I'm sitting here like this, and I'm like, okay, now I've got to highlight each one of those and frickin'.
Let's just summarize this: Control X, Control Z, Control C, and Control V. You have to know those.
What's Control X?
Cut, paste, copy.
Okay. But yeah, my bad. For Rune, we need to get above this 50. Let's go down to lower time frames for a second, because this doesn't look great on higher time frames. Oh my God, get off of my... Here we go. Let's see what we got. W pattern, rise 1 retrace, rise 2 retrace, rise 3 retrace. Remember I was telling you about this? Rise 3 retrace consolidation. That could be a continuation market maker pattern where they don't come down for their drop retraces because they consolidated after your 3rd rise. So then we come and we start looking for the bottom of another market maker pattern here. Right, which would be our W. Probably your first. This is probably your rise 1 here. Means that you should have a continuation until things start to look sketchy at this SR flip. So you want Bitcoin to hold it together long enough for Rune to push away and get his 2nd rise retrace. If you come down underneath that, you're going to clear licks. The market maker pattern is truly the path of least resistance, right? Any sort of resistance that it gets, or any sort of fuel in the opposite direction, if sentiment changes, they'll just go get it. You've got your psychological high and low underneath. So yeah, you just want to hold these lows. Wait, what? Hold on. Alt tab.
What's up, squad?
Alt tab. Oh shit.
Your Alt Shift Tab, Alt Control.
But it only
Z,
switches through
3.
2.
Control tab to switch through tabs.
Oh my. That's funny. The things that we don't know, huh? I told you guys I got this job data entry once that lasted like 7 minutes. I got
You
in
pretty
there
much
and
got it.
I got in there and started doing everything with the mouse, and she was like, is that how you're gonna do everything?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" Like, yeah. I don't think it's gonna work out for you here.
You've pretty much got it all, Dbloc. You can shift to go backwards through those tabs and windows, and then
No, the
Alt
switching
to
tabs is gonna be helpful because I'm always switching to different.
yeah. The Windows 11 broke all that stuff, or 10 with its new thing. It's a bit better now like this. So
Yeah.
it's good.
Take take a look at the 4-hour here real quick before I change out a rune. Right, that 50 EMA is looking nice. If this holds, this could be the start of a run to the 200 EMA. But just remember those levels I was talking about, because if we lose that, then you see the vector here, and you saw all those liquidations on lower time frames that are waiting for us. I've never
Dbloc for the
bothered with
market
those shortcuts because, like, I feel like I've always been just stuck in my ways. What happened?
for the market maker pattern, is it commonly it begins with a W and ends with a W before, or when it resets it starts with another W?
Yeah, I mean, replace the W for any bottoming pattern, right? So could be a W, could be a inverse head and shoulders, which is really just a W with a shoulder attached. Could be a V, which is just a W that goes parabolic and doesn't create the left side. But yeah, it'll be a bottoming pattern. And then at the
And
top, the same. At the top, it could be a head and shoulders. There's just a M with the shoulder attached, or a V-shaped, top, which is just a hard rejection.
is there a second pattern second to the market maker pattern that you trade the second most?
No, not really. And I can't really even say that it's a pattern that I trade as long. It's not really a pattern that I trade. It's a pattern that I use to see how far we are through a move. Right? The W is the pattern I trade. The bottoming formation is the pattern I trade. I do keep an eye, obviously, on the market maker pattern and how it's filling out. But it's not like I set my target at the top of an M, right? Because that could be anywhere. If this thing goes parabolic, the top of our M could be at 118K. Like you never know where the top is going to be, right? You just know by the structure of the price action as it forms out.
Are there any parts where for the market maker pattern where it's a certain part of it's more vulnerable to being invalidated, whether it's 3 moves to the M or
Every
some other-
retest, when you rise and you come back from that retest, breaking that support is always an issue. Just like anything, just break it down to a smaller pattern like a W pattern. Breaking out and coming back to hold support here is your vulnerability. That's when you have to pay attention, because that's when it can go wrong. But then once you pop, your next vulnerability is your high, right? Are you going to reject off that high or not? Once you get over the high, cool. Are you going to come back to that high or not? Is it going to hold or not? Or is it going to fall or not? Right? So your pivots are really where your danger points are.
Was I wrong to say, Dbloc, that like those rises could have an inner market maker pattern, like a fractal?
No, I mean, you can see, yeah, you can, so, and you will see it a lot. But, what are you doing? I don't know what shortcut made that happen, but, all right, so All right. So if this is on a daily, let's say our market maker pattern is on a daily. On the 5-minute, you could have your W, your rise, retrace 1, rise, retrace 2, rise, retrace 3, M pattern, drop, retrace 1, drop, retrace 2, drop, retrace 3, W. Right? On a lower time frame. You'll see that a lot. Just try to burn this into your head. Don't feel like you have to trade off of it. But right now, just try to burn that idea into your head. W pattern, rise, retrace 1, 2, 3, M pattern, drop, retrace 1, 2, 3, W pattern. And keep that in mind when you're looking at your charts. It'll start to pop out. You'll start to see it. And like I said, it's not a tradable pattern because there aren't any measured moves, right? It's a directional, structural sort of thing that we're looking at. And then obviously our patterns within make up the entire move, right? There could be bull flags that make your rise. Like there's patterns inside of the pattern. Well, that's when we said that if you get to your third rise retrace and you consolidate, like that M pattern, right, that drops you down. If that M pattern doesn't drop you down and it starts to consolidate in that area, then you're having a continuation. Right? I'll draw it out again because it's important. W, rise, retrace 1, rise, retrace 2, rise, retrace 3. Here's where you start to expect your M pattern, right? What if it doesn't? Right? What if it does that? Then that's a continuation. So at some point, market maker decides that there's not enough to go get down, right? Targets are all up. So he'll reset the pattern and start your W, rise, retrace 1, rise, retrace 2, rise, retrace 3, and then it'll keep going.
Yeah, like an M straight into a W.
Yeah, you basically see your M turn into a W and then pull out. That's why the way you trade the pattern, you don't exit at your third rise retrace, right? You exit as your M pattern is solidified, as your M pattern breaks and retests, just like every other pattern, right, that we're used to trading. Or you start DCing out before, and when you get that confirmation, that's when you pull the trigger finally. I need to get off here for a little while, guys. I need to catch up on news. I've done absolutely no research today at all. And it feels weird not knowing what's going on in the cryptoverse. Did I miss anything today while I was gone? Noteworthy? Sort of announcements? Or I didn't get any alerts, so I didn't really notice, but
Trump had a nothing burger video during the Blockworks summit.
oh, that's true. I did see
Pump
that. Yeah,
Fund-
yeah. What do you guys
Pump
think
Fund
he
launched
means?
DEX.
Pump Fund launched the DEX? I thought they already had Moonshot.
No, they launched a proper DEX called Pump Swap.
Oh. I saw Radium
And
launched a Pump Fund.
yeah, so Pump Fund announced that, then Radium announced that, and Pump Fund launched today.
Jesus
and they're no
Christ.
longer going to migrate onto Radium.
Kevin, I'll show you. So the parabola we had yesterday, right? We started off with our W. And we had our rise retrace 1. Rise retrace 2. Rise retrace 3. M pattern. Trump speech. But we'll count that as our drop retrace 1. This is our drop retrace 2. So you would expect drop retrace 3, right? But we're putting in a W. So we have to watch, like I was saying, for that continuation. Right? If we put in a W and we start getting our rise retraces, then we reset the pattern at a higher level.
It's funny because we always waited for 3 drops before I ever saw this. It's like, there's the 3rd drop. It's
People
like
will tell you Bitcoin drops in 3s. You'll hear it a lot. Everything pumps in 3s, drops in 3s, but they don't put together sort of why that is. The same
That's
with the
why I
weekends. People tell you don't trade the weekends. Can't tell you why. They're just like, the volatility's dead. Well, why is the volatility dead, though? I don't know. The weekend, people are partying. Nope. Incorrect.
That's why this explanation really helps you understand why other patterns play out. Like, I don't see it as a strict rule. Like you said, there's not necessarily targets. You might get out when the M fails, but it lets you understand. It's a confluence thing. You can see, market makers playing the game. My other patterns are playing the same rules. My retraces, I'm already guessing my retraces at a support level. It's like you have to use it as a confluence in a way.
It's like if you're putting a bull flag at the top of your rise retrace 3 and your volume divergent and you've got bearish divs, chances are a bull flag's not going to play out, right? Versus a bull flag that pops up at your rise retrace 1.
I really like how you explained it the other day, where the pattern's just like an invitation.
Yeah.
And whether it plays out is dependent on the market's overall direction or sentiment.
Yeah. My mentors taught me that he used to say it all the time, that the market rewards good market participants. And I don't want to hear that. I want to take the market for everything it's worth. Are you kidding me? I'm trying to leave with every dime. But after being in it for a while, I understand what he means, right? A good market participant and understands the patterns, gets in on the patterns when it's supposed to, adds the positions when they're supposed to, and they usually get rewarded for it, right? Because they're trading with market maker. But if you want to try to be smarter than the average, trader and play the contrarian game and trade against the market maker, when it pays out, it's good, right? Because it's a low probability bet, which tends to be the bigger payers. But you can't replicate that. You can't do that 100 times in a row. Like, do that same tactic 100 times in a row and then tell me how it turned out for you.
You're essentially just betting or gambling on the fact or on the expectation that the sentiment will not play out.
Yeah. And
the invitation will not be answered.
Yeah. And I've bet counter pattern before, and but it takes a lot for that, right? I have to have confluence of something looking sketchy. Usually whale patterns are the ones that fake out. Market makers don't tend to fake. If a market maker pattern doesn't play out, meaning if you see market maker come in and support these moves, right, with vectors, and you can tell market makers involved with the creation of this pattern. The only time it doesn't play out is when sentiment isn't there. With whales, the whales are the ones that'll do shit like what we saw in Jasmine, where they'll make a big ass head and shoulders and then just send it in the opposite direction, right? Market maker doesn't tend to play those games because it leaves a lot of unrecovered shit for them underneath, right? It's like shooting themselves in the foot to do that. What they want to do is get everybody on their side, so every move they make is cheaper. Not meant to wreck you, it's meant to save them money.
How can you differentiate between whale movements and market maker on like bigger coins?
It's usually when they move counter motivation, right? If you've got a bunch of vector gaps sitting above and a bunch of short positions sitting above, and you've got more than enough liquidity to get there, and you see a big red candle just flush, chances are it's one of those guys with the shorts defending their position, selling a bag of spot to get price away from their liquidation. It's not, there's no market, for the most part, market maker pays himself in both directions. That's how he hedges against whales, right? There's always going to be liquidity underneath. There's always going to be some vectors to grab. But when the overall benefit isn't the market maker, I consider him not to be in control. Right? When the move wasn't the cheapest move and wasn't the most lucrative move for market maker, meaning it would have cost them more money to go counter trend and they didn't hit any of their targets, that's sort of where it stands out. And then you can look at your large candles that that aren't vectors, right? When market maker doesn't add liquidity. The only time market maker doesn't need to add liquidity is when whales are playing, because there's more than enough money sort of floating around.
Makes sense.
All right, we're gonna have to let this cook for a little while.
So Dbloc. So if you're trading correctly as a nice participant,
Mm-hmm.
do they still kind of come after you if you are high leverage, or they reward that?
Trying to figure out how to say this kindly.
Couldn't use the leverage.
Leverage traders are not good market participants. That being said, there's definitely better ones than others, right? So let's throw on our support resistance real quick. Why are you not working? Hold on. Is my SMC light not working? Let's do it somewhere else. Here. All right, so let's go to a lower time frame. All right. Support and resistance, right? There's a range. Good market participants keep their liquidations out of these ranges. Right? You see the support, you see the resistance. These guys, bad market participants. Right? These guys are trying to force the move, right? Because the trend is that price should continue to do this. These guys underneath demand, good market participants. These guys above supply, good market participants. So what you'll see a lot is that price will come down, shorts will pile in, they'll degen underneath supply, and then price will pop up and get them. Right? And as it's popping up to get them, as it's moving, these guys here start to get reckless and they start to come in above demand. And when that gets too irresistible, then market maker flush back down and get them.
So when you call that market maker punishing bad market participants,
Yeah.
what does it look like when when leverage traders are good market participants? If so, and how he rewards them, or the
Not
market
that
rewards
bad. They're
them?
like mosquitoes. They're little with a big bite.
It
You
looks
just
like
punch.
this.
I look at it.
It looks like this.
Sorry.
This is what it looks like when leverage traders get rewarded.
Yeah.
Right? Price doesn't come back for them. It just goes.
I see it a bit differently. Rather than punish or reward, I feel like it's the risk mistakes. You're taking on too much risk. So
Yeah. It's 1000% self-inflicted. The market maker's not targeting you, trying to teach you a lesson. You stood in front of the train. Like, we see where the train is. The train tracks are there. The support and resistance are your train tracks. And you're sitting in the middle of it, just watching the light get bigger. And we see it all the time, right? Like, these guys here, if this cracks, you're going to see them just sit there as they get hit. You'd think at some point you would jump off the tracks.
The way you're breaking this down is like when market maker comes to punish, bad market participants that are leverage trading and can't, don't have much wiggle room. I hop on that wagon with the market maker and I sell into the liquidations. Like, that's pretty much my edge. That's
Take them
the
out.
majority of my trades.
In the block with market maker. But right now, I mean, I do, you know, like I said, trend is defend until the end. So even though we did put a W in here, we have been trending inside this bear flag. So we've got a bit of we got a bit of competing patterns. If I had to put a name on it, I'd say our W is our market maker pattern, our bear flag is our whale pattern.
Is there one side that wins more often than not?
Market maker. Market maker always wins. Even when whales win, market maker wins. The only thing whales do is delay market maker's payday. If we go parabolic right now and leave 7 vectors all the way up to 150, market maker pays himself on every single one of those during the next bear market. And their money's long, right? So they don't really need the money today. You see how on intraday they give and take, give and take, give and take. So they're pretty
Can you break that down on the Trump pump? Because I still don't understand how he's paying himself when he's longing or shorting or like
yeah,
when
let's
he's
go to let's look at the 1 hour here.
there was a lot of vector candles on that little pump.
No, let's go to the minute. All right. So this is the Trump pump here. Retail says Trump just tweeted, I want 100x long this thing. Right? Market maker comes in and says, okay, bet. Here's your money to long. I'm setting a short. Here's your money to long. I'm setting a short.
So those green candles are just his short trades.
That's him. That is well, no, that is him providing liquidity to your long trade, but at the same time setting a matching short at the same level to pay himself back. So it's double the ticks that you would get from a regular trading candle just off of that. So now market maker comes down and pays himself on all those liquidations. All right, my bad. And on the way down decides it's a good idea to set longs, right? Market maker doesn't have to. Market maker could have easily not set any longs here, and price would have naturally come back and he would have paid himself.
Is there an instance
Right,
where
so-
he pays himself and there's not vector candles again?
Yeah. Plenty of time that retail will pay for the whole trip. Here's a good example right here. Price comes up, leaves vector candles. Sentiment pays him. He doesn't join in on this at all, which means he doesn't leave any long positions in this area, which means if you're sitting here and you're seeing that, you've got to take it to mean that the intention isn't to go up or he would have left. And then you look underneath you and you see what you have here. And you're like, okay, market maker doesn't want to go back up yet. He's not leaving any unfinished business. We pop down, he leaves some, comes back up. Remember when you break a pattern, the retest of the pattern? So market maker, look at this, like market maker went long into the retest of the pattern. Hit support, came back up, paid himself, left these vectors, paid himself again. But now you see the difference. Now you see the drop, but there's vectors there. Right? So that tells you that market maker has the intention to come back and reclaim these, or he didn't have to put red vectors here. He wasn't forcing price. Price was already going to roll over. This is him taking positions.
Yeah, I really wanted to short that, but only reason I didn't was because we were right under a bunch of 50x and 100x leverages.
Yeah.
Like literally,
It was
only,
really
like,
hard for me to
300
read
more
yesterday
dollars
when.
away.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking for a short at 86 something, but the price kept climbing, and it was really hard for me yesterday to read, and I didn't get in my trade until like pretty late, in my opinion.
Yeah, let's go to the
Until the
5 minute
retrace,
and
basically.
see. Yeah. Those tweets, bro. I can't stand that shit. It just screws the chart up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna go dig into the news, guys. I will be back. What time is it? I'll be back before the end of Asia.
Ciao.
Thanks for going over that again, man.
Yeah, definitely, bro.
Did you guys realize anytime Dbloc gone, we got green candles?
Yeah, I think market maker knows he's gone. He's playing sneaky business.
All right, guys, have a good one. I'm gonna go pass out.
Peace.
Alexa, all lights off. Master bedroom heat set to 70. Master bedroom. Alexa, living room temperature set to 71.
Andrew, your mic's open.
Oh my God. Sorry,
No big deal.
playing with Alexa.
Everybody's Alexa's turning on, though. I'm just kidding.
Master bedroom heat.
Hello, hello. Yo, Dbloc, can you hear me? Good morning, brother. Is anybody here in the chat room?
I'm here. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm in the background.
Good morning, BJ. How are you?
I'm good. Hi, Lifer. How are you? Hi, Skull Sets.
Uh, I just wanted to recall Dbloc about.
I'm sorry, you cut out a little bit.
I just wanted to give a reminder to Dbloc. I just recently turned on the node for Beam. Yeah. I just
I
wanted
know.
to give a little reminder to Dbloc about the Beam node. It's just got, activated. I just activated my nodes.
Oh, okay. I'm sure he's listening in the background. I think he was going to go do some research. So he probably heard you.
So maybe he's busy with the F1.
Could be. But you could.
No. He told me 2 months back. Yeah, two
Okay.
months back he told me I also bought some notes. So I just wanted to make him a reminder.
He'll be back shortly, man. He's checking out some news.
Yeah, I'm sure he will be. And I'm sure he appreciates your
Because
reminder.
he was very, very busy with the FOMC meeting and all CPI. I just turned on my nodes, Beam nodes. Recently, I just got finished turning them on.
All right, so we need to have some caution here on Bitcoin. We're in this area, we're still fighting here to get across this line. We have an opening at A46, but we've got to take it here, otherwise these EMAs are going to turn down. And I'm on the 1 minute even, so it's getting kind of critical.
It's gonna go back up, retesting and just flying up.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
We are not out of this triangle though.
This candle gonna make Europe happy, and then dumping in the morning.
All right, here we're gonna make an effort to get this crossed now.
Thanks for whoever gifted that. I received the YouTube thing.
Yeah, that was Connor. Who gifted the memberships?
Hi, Ion. Hi, YouTube. Hi, Connor. Hi, everybody.
Hey, BJ.
I'm not looking at the email. It doesn't say specifically who it was.
It was Connor. Can you hear me, Joe? I don't think Joe can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Joe? Oh,
Okay,
you can
cool.
hear? It was
Yeah, it was
Connor.
Connor who gifted the memberships.
Thanks, Connor.
Okay, look for 84, about 374 if we fail right here. And then after that, about 84, 300.
Oh, I take it back. You gifted some memberships before, but I just looked at chat and Gloomy just did some
Thanks, Gloomy.
memberships, and you were one of them, so it was him.
Thank you, Gloomy.
I didn't mean to steal his thunder.
No, there's a lot of people on YouTube. So I give thumbs up. Surprising how many people, once we give thumbs up, people get pulled in and everything's cool.
Now you can use the stickers or the emojis in chat. You know, the ones Dbloc made.
Or we can use them in there. Cool.
I can hear your TV in the background, BJ.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's not bad, just a little bit.
Okay, so now we have 84 3 to 84 170 in play. Okay, so here on four,
Pretty good
oh,
sell
can
right
I get
there.
somebody off?
579. Just get this big. BJ, we get big sales coming through.
Yep. And I was just going to point out that we have to get on this 5 EMA on the 4-hour, it's not enough to get 84,451. You have got to go up to at least 84,547 in order to come over that number. So you have to be careful here. We need to cross that 5 EMA, which here's the point at which it has a divot or a pivot, right? Right here. I'm trying to isolate it. Okay, so on the left, you see where my pointer is? 84,590.9. Now, you see how it takes a dip. The 5 EMA comes down underneath here. And now it's falling underneath this angle or this line. This line, if you notice, I just ran this up, is this downtrend. If I follow this line all the way up here, okay, here's a point right there. That is, come on, give me the number. Right, 85,995 or 991. Okay, I'm going to keep going. This is it. Now you see all this confluence here. This is 86,245. I'm going to keep going. But notice that it goes over the top of this red descending line here at 86,227. So we have all of that right there. Now look at how price went all the way underneath that. Okay, so I'm going to continue that up. This is the line that we have got to cross on the 4-hour. Now, here's where it starts, right there. This is our price action on the 4-hour chart. Now, here's where the wick, see how the wick came up here? Here's the body of the candle. It's underneath this ribbon. See how this ribbon comes down? Like this. And then we got that wick over the line here. Then the next candle, we got a little bit higher, but it was a down. But then look at the wick. That went to 87,445. But the problem is we have to trade up over that even like this. 87,352. So remember when we were talking earlier, I said we need 87,690 because that is our 1618. So there you go. Here's that widened out. So this is that arrow where we got that wick over. And then the candle came underneath, and now we're stuck here and getting these cells. So that's this little skinny angle there. So that 5 EMA on the 4-hour is our goal, and that you see here is this angle, but it's underneath it right here. So now here's the candle, here's this candle, here's the next candle. So passing that is still not enough. We have to get out of the side of this triangle. See how this wick came up right to here? 84,828. That's still not enough. Not enough. And now what direction are we going? We're going down here. So let's follow that angle down here. It comes to this corner. That is 84,176. So if we come down and then touch this line at 84.0, then the next candle, opens and we go sideways, then we can come up underneath and then get it this way. So we have this rectangle here. See it? Filled up with this. So here's our top here. So you see how this rectangle covers this area? Like this. And then if that 5 EMA pushes down, here's this angle. But we don't want to come underneath that, right? So the candles can't be sliding further down this way. Down past 83.9, that would be too much. Okay, so let's keep this. I'm going to put a little marker here. I'll put a price marker at this corner. 84,172. Okay, so remember I came on and I said, so 84,170 is in play? Yeah. So when we come around this pole, we want to come around and go up. We don't want to be falling down here further. Okay, there we go. All right, I'll put that marker there. Boom. Chakalaka. Right there. 192. But we need it. We need to make sure we get that 192 or better. We need to be over that line, not under it here. So this is what we need here to here. We don't be down in this area. Now this is the 50. This line here is the 50 EMA for the 4 hour. That is 84,039. 84,039 right there. I'm assuming that's the 50. That's the little blue line. Let me check. Make sure so I don't say something wrong. That should be it. Yeah. And then this is the 50 MA, this orange. Right there. 83,643. Yep. There we go. Now we lose structure down here. Is at 81,875. And then this is my HMA here. Uh, 81,160. Okay, so we are down to 84,245 right now. This down here by the daily open, a little bit above it. And now let's see what we do. Come back up and try to get this 5 on the 5 minute, but we need some strength here. Let's push through this. Let's get this over with, guys. Ah, here we go again, looking weak. Now, on the left, here on the 5 minute, this 5 EMA at its point at 84,179. And remember, here's this 170. We just hit that like to the T, 171.4. I have 170.4. Let's see if we just catch that. Oh, we just went under. There we go. 84, 128. Oh, down here, coming down to the, below the line. We're hunting at 800. That 800 is at 83,998. Let's see if we remain above it. That would be so fantastic if we remain above it. That would really be good. Good, good, good. Doesn't mean we're out of the woods, because usually it'll gonna come up here, do a little, you know, getting people bullish, and it'll come back and then try to hit that 800 again. And at that point, it might come underneath it. So you have to be careful. Yeah. There we go. Let's see. 84, 132. Okay, so if we do fail this 800 on 15 minutes, I'm sorry, I said 5 minutes. We do have a couple levels here. We need to look at 83,930-ish. Then we can kind of try to find a bottom from that point. Or we could slide down towards the 83.7 area. Our psychological low is around 83,650. And I have another line at around 83.5. If we break 83.5, then we have to look at 83.2. Our previous overhead resistance is 83,209. So say 83,200-ish. Okay.